Uh, Go fuck yourself, you douchebag motherfucker. The West Side motherfucker. What's two chains? One chain. Off the chain, this motherfucker. Yeah. What's up, you slutty hoes? It's the West Side Pimp here. No one really knows for sure other than different trying, but this is my door we live by. Brigadoon denial, hate him out alone. I share good shot from the top of Vanilla. I'll separate hot Homer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 36 days of the Omer, which is 5 weeks and 1 day. May the merciful one restore unto us the services of the Beit Hamikdash speedily in our days. Amen. Selah. Selah! Really? I don't fucking know. Who gives a shit? Really? Really? No. Really? Yeah. Yeah. No one gives a fuck. Why? Just live your fucking life, dog. Why? If you like doing shit, I guess. I consider it playing life on hard mode. Alright, here we go. Did you get it? Oh, yeah. You're sick as fuck. Dude, we got 36 the big day. Really? Oh, so sick. Alright, how many days is this bitch? 132? How? Really? Fuck yeah, dog. I'm on it. Really? Like that fucking company? Yeah. on it. Go fuck yourself. All right, are you done? When does the world start? 3760. Really? One, birth of the world, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. Really? No, no. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3761, creation of the world, birth of man. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 137, son of Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enoch, son of Seth, was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enoch, was born. 3366, 395, Mahala, son of Kenan, was born. 3301, 460, Jared, son of Mahala, was born. Are you done? Dog, this bitch is 20th of the year 5786. Thursday, May 7th. Happy birthday to my friend Daniel Vincent Bradley. Really? Oh, sorry. Really? That cool? Baby. Really? Yeah, first day of first grade. Didn't bring his March or something, which is surprising because his shit was really terrible. And I gave him banana pudding. Really? Yeah, and I didn't want to. Nobody else would give him anything out of it. But then when I did, he had a fucking better lunch than everybody else. I was the first person. Really? Yeah, we became best friends. No. Really? Yeah. And like that's great. Shout out to him. We talked about going to university, and there was always a worry that we might not both graduate or even get in. And I'll bring in my love. Did he? No. Really? Oh, really? Really? Why is that the end of your story? No, dog. Are you sure? Yeah. You told this bitch? Yeah. Anything else? Well, yeah, about wheat. I think it was vanilla pudding, but it was why? It was just like a cool. Really? Yeah. I did it for the shit from South America. Yeah, bitch. Fucking mom. This asshole. What is it? Lettuce is Oh yeah, there's like a global pandemic that's affected. Really? Maybe more people go online. You're gonna see my shit, bitch. Quesadilla, Jolly. There he is. Hello, baby. Gee, I just stream my life on here. If you're looking for something entertaining, like shit. What up, big? What up, big dog? I'm checking it out. That's amazing, big man. Who do you want to win? Yeah. Who do you want to win? Word, dog. Same. There you go, big man. He's muted, big dog. Or he's deafened. He's deafened. He's just deafened. He's just doing his own thing, but he can't hear you. Pretty wild, big man. He's good. That's a tough one. Right. Oh, that's big time. You like hockey? Amazing. Cool, man. Excellent. Excellent, big. Excellent, big man. I love it. You're amazing. Look who it is. Take your time. I saw you were in earlier, but I was in the middle of class. So. Because he's amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Did he have to ask for permission from you? It don't matter, Rabbi. Well, calm down, girl. I'm just saying. I didn't know. I didn't know. He's at the point. There he is. He 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 talked about it. Mr. 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 Chris, how was work? Oh, fun. Did you go with your friends? All right. Right. Oh, really? So it took like 29 minutes to get there. I got you. Yes, ma'am. That's good. It was good. I was able to schedule, I think on Sunday at 1 p.m. Another podcast. So I'm doing one at 10 a.m. and another at 1 p.m. And I've been working on my bots. Right, Riser and I watched a documentary last night, and then Zoo kept me up really late, and my hours are not completely flipped, but pretty close. Yeah, Miss Aquarius. I worked for 20 years of my life, and I made enough money so that I don't have to. I, well, you can do it tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So that's something to look forward to, perhaps. Miss Aquarius, did you hear about Hannah virus? Yes, ma'am. Oh, there you go. Do, do you think that it's going to be lockdowns? Miss Aquarius is turned up tonight. Miss Aquarius, I've known you for more than a year. I have known you for more than a year, and I never knew you were so political. Okay, I mean, we're Miss Aquarius. Why are you saying that why are you saying that I voted for President Trump? I didn't vote for him. Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius, Miss Aquarius. I didn't vote for him, and I don't know anyone who did. So I don't know who you're talking to. Oh, there's JC. Did he say? Did he? Did he say why he was iffy about Delta? Yes. Everybody. If you're paying for a flight and you're excited to see your family or go on a trip or whatever, and then all of a sudden, and then I feel for them as well. They're the obvious one. That's correct. I'll see it when it comes. Yeah, big fan. The Apprentice. You're a big fan for your weekend. Nice. That's smart. No, I don't. What happened? They didn't tell me about the situation. No, I don't. I don't remember you telling me that. Did you ever find out who it was? You were you were saying that they were trying to get $20 from Adrian to get it back there. Yes. Right. Yeah. Friendship. I heard you say that you're just getting a savings. Don't you need a checking account to get a debit? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, there you go. I understand that. He was going to Starbucks. I think he said to be on his laptop because he's going to a movie theater. I mean, he's in Hollywood. I don't know why he's going to a movie theater in South Los Angeles, but there are like 10 theaters around him. But he's doing his own thing. Right. He likes. I only have two eyes, Mr. Aquarius. I can only take it so much. Yeah. Let's look it up. Or DS. Or DS. Yeah. It's an immersive cinema format developed by CJ4D Plex that augments standard film screenings with physical effects synchronized to on-screen action. Okay, now I understand why it's so expensive. The experience includes motion seats that tilt and vibrate along with environmental effects such as wind, fog, rain, sense, and strobe lighting to create a multi-sensory environment. What up, Riser? How you living, pimp? Riser, are you there? Yo. So, It's 3. She's been in here. She's just been asleep. Riser, do you know about 40X movies that have motion seats, wind fog, rain sense, and strobe lighting? That's where JC's going. What are your thoughts, Riser, on your favorite podcaster, William Montgomery, announcing that he was ending his podcast yesterday and that I had to be the bearer of bad news to you? Well, William Montgomery came in here at about 3 o'clock in the morning and was like, Rabbi, I have something to tell you. And I was like, what's that, William? And he was like, I'm ending the show. And I was like, it doesn't surprise me because your podcast is awful. He's like, I know. I'm like, but it used to be better. And he's like, I know. As it seems, uh, no. Okay, that's fine. Whatever you want to say. How did I find it out? Um, I went on Kill Tony's subreddit because I wanted to know what happened to him. He hasn't been on in like a month, and the month previously that he was doing Kill Tony, he opened the show and he just wasn't his same self. Frankly, he hasn't been his same self seemingly since he had that meltdown at that stand-up comedy show where they mocked him or whatever, and also since his breakup with Erica. No, it happens. I get that. Okay, let me ask you this: you haven't seen him do stand-up in 2 months, right? Okay, well, I have, and I can tell you that he just hasn't been the same. Especially, and I'm not the only person who thinks this. Tony Hinchcliffe thinks this. His boss. Well, he said that he likes to do starter more because then he doesn't have to like. Then he can relax for the show. But he's the closer. He's like Mariano Rivera. He's the guy who no matter what, at the end there's going to be something, and they've changed it now. And also, Kill Tony just hired a new regular, which tells me that probably William Montgomery's done. I don't think he really makes that much anymore on Cameo, to be honest with you. Yeah, it has. I mean, he's a one-trick pony. How many times can you be told that you're a fat bitch? You know, like 1,000 times, like, whatever. Um, he uh, well, so what, like in reading the comments or whatever, he had a dispute with an advertiser, or they dropped him or something. Usually, what happens in those cases, it's a company like Podcast One. What they do is they basically get a bunch of businesses who want to podcast and or who want to advertise on podcasts, I should say. So like companies like Me Undies and Magic Mind and like AG1, all of those, and they get this network together, and then they say we're going to put it on these different podcasts. And so William Montgomery would be on one, and all of the other ones, and then basically they cut whatever podcasts aren't produced performing that well. And I think since Casey Rocket left, and the lovely Erica, they've just basically felt like his one man show isn't getting the same views that it once did. No, yeah, and but he's legitimate in my opinion. That's what a real podcast is. It's not these 600,000 views within the first 2 hours that these other podcasts do that are just being artificially inflated. His was like a legitimate, hey, I'm not going to blow money on bot, and we'll just see how it goes. He also he also did something. Uh, what what else? Um, you asked me. Well, they're supposed to, but uh, they have people like insiders like your brother has, who they can go back to them and be like, hey, you need to unsuspend us or whatever for whatever reason, and then they do. But your average person doesn't have that kind of pull. Oh yeah, 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 definitely. Oh, for sure, dog. Well, it's a two-tier system. If you're Mr. Beast, you're going to be able to buy it yourself. They know that you bought it yourself, and that's where they make their money on these giant creators who they can promote to the top, who have really flashy graphics, and frankly, it's a lot of brain rot. And anyone who has anything intelligent to say, they are going to like if they don't feel that it's going to meet their metrics, then they they end up dropping them. And that's what happened with our man. Um, that's what happened with our man um, William Montgomery. You asked if you really want to know. Uh, well, I said that I was searching for William Montgomery because he wasn't on this week's Kill Tony or the previous week's Kill Tony. They haven't mentioned him, and it's almost like they're not. They don't want to get into it, but like he's no longer their closer anymore, which is a sad thing. He was a closer for like almost 10 years, not quite, but like a long period of time, where no matter how bad the show was, you could count on William Montgomery as a consistent, funny person. And sometimes he was just going to light it up. And when he does that, it's incredible. And I will tell you that when he's firing on all cylinders, doing crowd work and yelling at people, he's one of the funniest comedians around. but he's just lost his. It seems like he's lost his passion.
I can't really comment on that.
It absolutely is true. 100%, without a doubt. Um,
Yeah, no, he did say I feel like he's invested a lot of time on this podcast. You know how many subscribers he has on Instagram? He's been steadily doing
that's true, and like the the fans were saying that like, oh, I can't believe he never did a uh, he never reunified or he never had a reunion with Casey Rocket. And dude, the who's the producer guy? Who?
clearly not a William. He said you'll take the rainbow, Rabbi.
I see.
How much is the rainbow? I don't like rainbow. Evil. Evil. He's in California. Where you at?
I know.
Right.
Riser's not in Riser's not in California, Mr. Porter.
I see a rainbow. I thought he was in California.
That's okay.
Oh, no. Oh, the 17? I've never had a serious driver.
Yes, Mr. Porter. So it's the same price.
Yeah, that's crazy. Nothing wrong with treating yourself.
That's right. You're good.
Brandon.
All right, Ray, so you ready to lose?
Yeah. Yeah. Ready. I played pickleball today.
We play literati, which is like Scrabble.
Oh, yeah, okay, Scrabble. Oh, yeah, okay,
This player, the other player, and the other player.
Scrabble.
Scrabble.
Scrabble. Scrabble.
Why you still learning?
I
Do
can't.
you win like that?
You sometimes win. When I let him.
I went about 9.
Get out of here with that.
Oh, take nothing on the bed.
Right, you're down 20 points.
Shadow. I'll be trying to cover up. I already know it's a good night. Wait, Casey. You must be kind of thick with this camera in.
I'm taking off my baseball right. Yeah, I wish I was in the top of the stuff, but I don't do it.
Where are you going now? You're not going to Hollywood? You're not going to Hollywood?
No, I was going to go to the so I'm just going to another theater. Yeah. But yeah, I have to get off. That's how you go, right?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Oh, riser. Riser.
Jackie, did you have brand? Did you get brand? Yeah, I have to check it out.
There you go.
What's your Waymo? Down here. Actually, down here.
Riser. Taking all my spots.
We have anxiety attack. We have anxiety attack. He's really good. He's really good. Rabbi, have you seen him in this before?
In a way, no.
Look at him. He's in the window. He's in the window. Do you see him?
Yes.
They do it downtown. They do it. I wouldn't take it. They don't have it here. Huh? Downtown Atlanta. They have. I'm in Atlanta. But I'm like 20 minutes from Atlanta. Georgia. I can't see it. Oh, ain't nobody there.
Liza, I'm distracted. What do you want me to do? Got robot cars. Right.
I can't hardly see it. It's like pizza lady. Okay. It's okay. Ooh. No. Right. Okay.
You want more time?
No, I have no.
You will have no idea how big a play that was for you.
Okay. Okay.
You will just have no idea. I would have like 1,000 points. Devastating. You fucked me so badly. You fucked me so badly. Yeah, but you just have no idea. You played a few spots that just you have no idea how they have saved you. Oh, look who it is. What up, Sam? I mean, do you not know how to view people in this server, dog? Excellent point. Dude, he was just in here talking to us, dog. How was your day, Zoot? How was your day? Why is that? Are you okay? I hope that it feels better. Oh, fuck you. And then Zoot fucking leaves. I was fucking distracted. What do you want me to do about it? I got this asshole telling me about hitting his head. I don't know. I had to be the one to be like, yeah, Riser's here because you're just AFK. Quiet as fuck. Warm up game, son. Warm up game, son. Warm up game, son. I mean, what do you want me to do? Ban him? I kicked him a couple times recently. Let me think why. Um, why did I kick him recently? Whenever he talks about like stuff that will get me banned, then he gets kicked. Or he just gets disconnected. All right, what are we watching tonight, big man? I do. It's supposedly a really good documentary, but it's really controversial. Go to BitChute. It's called JFK to 9/11. Everything's a rich man's trick. It's like everything from like 1960 on, even before. It's like all the history of like corruption. Did you happen to ask Discord why they banned your account? Do you need assistance finding it? I got an email today from a girl who uh, says that we're going to do a podcast on Sunday, potentially. I say potentially because she hasn't confirmed the time, but it's going to be at 1 p.m. I got another one that I'm doing at 10 a.m., so I kind of got them back to back. And then it's going to air September 7th, 2026. You'd be like, why the fuck so far in advance? She only does one podcast a month, and she's done like 77. She's getting her master's degree, and so she's not like a full-time podcaster. But yeah, that's cool. And I like it. She's like, we can speak for 30 minutes if you want. We can speak for 2 hours if you want. She said, we can speak for 30 minutes if you want, she said, or 2 hours if you want. So that's cool. Like, I don't have to force 70 years of UFO history into 20 minutes.
You know, I believe in this Paul Walker. Do you watch
I know who Paul Walker is.
Paul?
Poor dog, he died in a car accident.
Well, if you're watching, I'm sure you're not going to understand what obviously do.
Dog, I already won this one. I don't even want to hear it. I already won.
They're saying that they did justice on the Paul Walker was like killed the state because ran against a car that ran off into water. But then I looked it up and I was like trying to find any evidence from BitChute or Reddit. I could not find validate that claim. The guy on the Room Montgomery show actually said that it basically covered those lines or something. Messing around with water dogs.
I heard he was killed. I heard he was killed too.
Because of the water.
That is new to me. He like became a legend, like James Dean after those fucking movies. Like the James Dean of South Australian comedy. Did you find it?
Um, 3 hours long.
Yep. No, we gotta watch. This is like the most famous band documentary in on the internet. Dude, that's not the same. It's gonna be like bankers on the world, and they run the media, and everything was an inside job. The end.
I watched a documentary one time on YouTube and band or something or a script and the Rothschilds. And I was really creepy ass music to it and creepy to it. But I was like looking for it. It was like but they're just saying how like the true outlet of the Rothschild much greater than they say and like they avoided like all this gold like so much gold and so much gold and valuable property.
It's it's quadrillion. Look who it is. Look who it is.
Yeah. Well, Star Wars and what I like. I guess like Star Wars. That's stupid. Harry, what's Harry Potter? Maybe what's Harry Potter? You listening? I'm listening to the part where you said that on the laptop. Yeah. I mean, she's the child too. That's the series, so it's just good.
I have a funny story about this.
child watching it.
I have a funny, yeah, exactly. I have a funny story about this. Let me tell it very quickly. So, my friend and I, when I was when I was young, I was like maybe I don't know, 15 or something like that, and we were watching Jay Leno, Tonight Show, and they had Emma Watson, and this is when no one knew who Emma Watson was, and she's this cute little British girl who's just talking about, being being like, on the set of this new movie that's coming out called Harry Potter. Nobody's heard of it. Well, they've heard of the books or whatever, but I was like, wow, who is that? And my friend, who was 1 year older than I was like, dude, she's like 13. And I'm like, dude, I'm like 15. Like, that's not that we're like a year and a half, like, in age difference. Like, that's not that big of a deal. And he's like, yeah, I guess you're right. But I remember thinking to myself, like, that is, like, this is a little kid. And then I'm thinking to myself, but I'm a little kid.
Yeah, exactly. I think I had a crush. I think I had a crush. I think I had a crush. I don't know. That's not really.
Actually, Emma Watson's 4 years younger than I am. But okay, so maybe I was like, maybe she was 12 and I was 16, something like that. It's not weird. I was a child, and she was a made up. Actually, she's like 3.5, about 3.5 years younger than I am. So I was like 15 and she was like 12. That's like that's pretty normal for like. Well, it surprised me that they just had a child on the Tonight Show. That's pretty rare.
I don't know.
Yeah, you did. You just said that you had a crush on Bindi Irwin. So you had a crush on a 13-year-old. So you had a crush on an 8-year-old, which is even weirder. And when you were 15, she would have been 13. Okay, and when you were 15, she would have been 13. Dude, I was 15. I love how Zoot thinks that a 2-year age difference is no big deal, but a 3.5 year age difference puts me in with Bill Cosby. Yeah, dog, 3.5 years. Dog, I'm just dog, Zoot. I shouldn't have even mentioned it. Anyway, that's my Emma Watson. So maybe actually I'm 4.5 years older than you. So maybe I was 16 and she was. But what you gonna do? I think it's perfect. I think it's perfectly natural for a 16-year-old boy who sees a 12-year-old pretty actress and doesn't know their age on the Tonight Show to think that she's attractive. But my friend who was a year older than I was 17 and was already like having to keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. And I was like, we're both kids. I don't understand what the big deal is.
I'm pretty sure I could tell the difference between
Oh, I didn't think that she was my exact age. I just thought that she was a pretty actor who was on television, but I didn't know how old she was. But anyway, he gave me shit. He gave me shit for that for a long time. I was like, dude, we were both minors. What do you want me to do about it? You want to watch a documentary? Okay. You're literally the person on Earth who does less in a day than I do. What are you talking about?
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, aside from going to stand up on Mondays and masturbating to Armenian chicks once every 5 months, we have the same life. It involves like 4 hours of dice party a day, 1 hour of 9 ball, 1 hour of 8, an hour of bullshit, and then a random game of either darts, mini golf, or or table soccer. I don't know why we have to take it to that.
Um, Rabbi,
What up, Zoo?
if you could travel to any fictional movie or book, which
I am choosing Krypton.
Sir? Sir?
Actually, I think there's a movie called uh, Planet of the Hot Babes or something like that. I want that one. But then Krypton, where Superman's from.
I think I'm choosing
Oh, what a meta answer. Middle Earth?
Yeah, New World.
Wait, so are you choosing planet Earth, like here, or Middle Earth?
Alright,
Dude, do you ever like have conversations that don't have anything to do with the fantasy universe?
think about it. Lots of people think all around the universe is like 300 years.
Not all of them. Some of them get their shit tossed.
Sorry?
Some of them get fucked up. Dude, like all those dwarves who die in the war with the Saurons or whatever, with in Sauron or whatever. No, they couldn't. Their whole like civilization depended on it.
Why didn't they just let it?
That's a great question. And isn't that from The Hobbit though? That question, why didn't they just fly with the eagles to Mordor, is from The Hobbit. Okay, I've always felt the same thing. It's a huge uh, a plot hole.
I think it's because they had to do stuff with
Do you want to watch a documentary?
Rosie, should I go?
Yeah, I already talked about it, dog. Gonna shut down the world, baby. COVID part 2. COVID part 2. Dude, this bitch is gonna be even bigger. I think so. Yeah, dog. Maybe Zook created it at that adult arcade, and this is the result of having sex and then getting an email saying that you're no longer invited to that arcade, and then getting another email that says that you may have gonorrhea and that you should get tested, and then you don't, and then all of a sudden the world's in a panic.
Make a spray, make a drop nuclear spray across the city, have this bar full of
Or you could have sex at an adult arcade, get an email a month later saying that you're no longer invited, get another email that says that you may have super gonorrhea, and then just don't get tested for it. Yes, you can. That's how viruses get spread, dog. HIV stands for Human Immunodeficiency Virus. What's the V in HIV stand for then, Zoo? No. Okay. I mean, that's like a cool story and everything. Okay. So, how did you transmit your super gonorrhea to the world, and now it's on some passenger cruise ship in the Canary Islands, and the King of England has said that no one is allowed to spread this shit for 45 days. You have to stay. Okay, Zoot ran away. I mean, I'm stating facts here. Riser, isn't it amazing though? I'm just calling this right now. How all this came on at once, like just like the other pandemic where it was 2 weeks to stop the spread. Like all of a sudden, World Health Organization, Wikipedia, the British government, everybody's saying like all this shit. It's just like somebody got a fucking email that was like, "Hey, yes, start pushing this." At an adult arcade in Adelaide, South Australia, about 3 months ago. It took a little while to what's that word? Fudge to yeah, but to um oh, what do you call that? Not meditate, but like um to it took a while to the word is escaping me. Oh, I'm gonna look it up. Yo, what's a word when something is just like chilling? Like it ends with eight. It's like uh, not like hibernate, but it's like that. Okay.
This better be the best goddamn time.
JC, I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm in front of the theater right now. I went in because I paid for my ticket digitally, but my movie is like I'm here early, like 40 minutes early. Actually, I got to check in. Probably gonna check in on yo. But yeah, I walked in the theater. I was just gonna like put my laptop in, but like some other people were already watching Mortal Kombat. So I was like, alright, might as well wait outside.
Yeah. So that's what you gonna watch? Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, Mortal Kombat. In 40X. So yeah. I didn't have to pay $33, so I paid 22 for the ticket.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a bit cheaper, yeah.
Yeah. But I think I don't know, I might get me a piece in there. I'm gonna speak my camera. I'm sorry, I said camera. My red wine candies and I have like this small chocolate bar, but I think I'm gonna just get the drink inside and probably I might get a I don't know. If I don't get a pizza, I'm gonna get tacos on the way home from that taco vendor. I'm smoking weed. Like I can literally smell weed every time somebody comes out there. So we don't break that.
Let's see. Other day at my job, man, I don't know if the Lord UPS was coming up. The smell I did with the whole apartment in my office smelled like weed. I was like, oh my God, y'all let me come in here smelling like that. For real.
I mean, I like the smell, even though I don't smoke. I like the smell, but you know, at least when it smells a bit better than cigarettes. But I don't smoke.
Not in no office, though. Not in no office. Like, you know,
Yeah. Then we're in LA, so we won't have some people like they won't do it in the office, but like kind of here in the office. So it all depends. A lot of people do that. The only thing I don't The only thing I don't like about this area, and I just found out right now, I was actually gonna go on the Taco Bell and go get something to eat and use my laptop, but they don't have the Taco Bell sign on there, and it looks like I guess it's closed down. And the crazy part is, I used to go to this location. I would say since the mid '90s with my mom. She would take me and my siblings to this movie theater because it used to be called the Magic Johnson Theater.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been coming here probably since the '90s, and it's not as dangerous as it used to be. But it's interesting I say that because I have an app. I don't know if you have an app called Citizen app, and I'm already seeing an alert that somebody shooting a gun in the air. Some lady just got arrested, and it's not too far from here, like literally a couple of blocks. But this area is like mostly gentrified for the most part. I'm surprised there's not a lot of people in the theater. I mean, at least in the lines. I was expecting more people at this time. So I'm actually kind of surprised. Unfortunately, the mall. Oh, let me show. You know what? While I have time, you say you want to see the Nipsey. Let me. So, is this right here? You said what?
Not looking for it.
No, the mall right here. The mall is very shop now. Shop plaza. Yeah, but it's closed now. They used to close, but I guess they closed at
Riser, can you hear me? Fuck, I fucked up. Riser, can you hear me?
like where people I have run anywhere with drugs, we define the not emotion from this song. So the beauty is that the not the just the legal good language. The only fact happen. The memory of this bad but Edward Baxter, the memory of Mary then the Ruben like the Rothschild, the legal Louis Carlos, the good the then in that period, one that follows and not serious. And that was an honor of the serious to get off by no MCY, no that the voice these big things like thank you for responsibility. I want to mention this here. One line we started the whole thing of getting films and learning on the plane, they also started sure, you made it feel the very an emotional went out giving preparing and you got a bunch of people to learn something to deal for unbelievable. Take the next step. Go out of your comfort zone. The wrong kid. These was our beloved state. Rabbi is beloved, then Rabbi Salih Bakhan, different responsibilities. Elliot Manning, his beloved son, I remember, we all remember his beloved son, Simon, Ben Elio, Charlie Manning, on the third side, and a lot of official, all these guys that went to the National I believe, for years there. And Elliot, let's say, not irate, but he's more like a conservative, more like that. I don't remember exactly what, but the other one is really, they connect, and these really, Michael and C.B. Cooper, Louis Nishmat, Dr. Daniel, Andrew, all of us are, so not then, up to the call, anyway, por ser mayor de años no so rough, por ser more coming in, with a young, and he'll say, then I know, that's very well. We're all seeing certain times in the battle that some above almost all our Rabbi. Rabbi says 3:11. And that's a lot of today's discussion. Especially the question that he asked about a forehead. So let's just 3:11. One of the all our Miruah Haikish Miruah is when you smooth out the wheat, something like this, and that is marmalade. That's the final step of harvesting the wheat. And when you step, that's when you're tying to the night. It says, Rabbi, usually the Miruah Haikish when that final step of Miruah putting out happens through the Kampidoshi Bach. Let's say you thought for a second the Miruah Kiva Archie, no. Everybody thinking the Miruah of Haikish twice a while. Because it says the Bach, if you remember, it says, Reish the gun call from private staff, not the committee. Vafilu the Kiva, and now it's like what we said yesterday, we're just kidding. They're going to have also those who need to find the surplus. The reason why the says by the owner that you're tired on whatever's left over, or when you're tired on meister and left over of the owner, it's because really private government, private barley. Why is it private? Because whoever gave it to the Kamikos gave it on condition that you're going to use whatever amount that you put the owner, or whatever's left over is private. And private, when it's private meister. But when you affect this bound by the God, completely, you wasn't given a position, then the fact that the head just does the final step is both. So that's halacha number one. What's halacha number one? That the ruach affect when you do, I'm going to ask you later to remember, I don't remember. Remember, first halacha is when you, with the head just scoops out, pile, then it's not public from Jerusalem. It's not, they don't, it's not right. Halacha number two. Miruah fight is the father, annoying. Yes, we have machlokes. And this machlokes is the more going to say, but this machlokes have any I'm wondering if the master schmuck and all the vita de caso de la via fino a io sono here. The really? Oh, because they were I don't know if it's gonna come out of maybe I will find it. It's of Arizona maybe. Yeah. Oh, well, yes. Okay. This is the tomorrow. So you take non-Jewish produce and you take my like so tutti lo sputtino e tutti con la tutti all out the you can take the non-Jewish produce and use it for nice on the Jewish produce. Why? Because the Miruah of the God doesn't give him a way out. He doesn't give him a way out. He says the guy here that doesn't even start to try it. Then it also, oh, he's the man on fire, but it's going to tired. Which is interesting that everyone sees that in fact the guy should be public. But we're always concerned that one of them is concerned that he's going to be sick. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Jews like to do stuff. So they find the little way out of it. So you have a million pounds of wheat. Different ones on stuff like computer stuff. Each smears this way. Now okay, stop it. I just take them. Is that a thing tomorrow? These are very so these are very the same law that is going is not good. If those from actually strong as strong, this is we're gonna say that it goes who's on the other you go for drugs the special stuff. Now the law is strong so every department can't go from the highest department to the lowest department. Bishop or the people and the lowest department can't go from the officer. Because of like well, that way you explain why can't you go from the highest department? Because then the actual code they use for the tumor is level. And you can't go from top to higher because it doesn't have the ability to pop to make food. Okay. And that's what I'm saying when I was finally stood on that for the power of Hugo Hugo means the meat. Misha. The people go, oh, I'm gonna show you this. You can probably do a fantastic job over here. No. Don't I? You have to pay attention. Maybe let me do this. Okay, so you didn't need the ingredients. You didn't need it. So at this point, is this go higher with the power? Not yet. Now go to the next. Now she made it like it became red. And then she all the ketchup from the dough, from the I should say dough, from the flour, from beer, and she put it in the butter. So now it's no longer heavy. Now is the question, my boy saying how you saw that. If she goes in and kneads the dough, is she frying the flour or not flour? You say what? You got losing the flour. Flour, don't get flour. No, no. She hold on. She didn't do Alicia. Alicia's coming up now. Here. There. Now Alicia, right. Alicia happened when it was back in her possession. It took a break. It took a bit of time. She did the same thing. She smacked the shit and she pointed Tiger and the thing was a perfect shit. The her whole time. Now, here's the thing with part of it. Why? Because she didn't do stuff. She didn't do the needle. She just didn't read it. She gave the face that makeup and she didn't redeem it. The kids were went ahead and took it and he did the kneading. That's the only thing. Hello? Why? Over here, the kneading happened. That's from the curriculum. Oh, let's see. Guess what the solution is? Excessive power. It's not bad. It's like stuff to actually do with her. If she donated her ingredients to the Mesamika before she needed it, people died from, and she received it Ayaka. So now it's back in her possession, and then the release in her possession. What happens if she kills the time? She's not the shit after the needing. So once she needed it, die of power, and then she was maybe that's the Google. It's not the shit before they able to need it. The guilt of like, after that, the guilt, everything's got inside. Why? That's a lot of people because when you feel power, when they do the needing, the expression of leadership. Now that we're going to free up, stop really speaking. We have to be real of all Hegdish. Real of that we said is 100% possible. Then we have the real of a dog, we said it's nothing. Then we had the leisha of a woman, but basically the leisha of Hegdish is 100% also from time. Rather, usually coming, we didn't say what now, but a non-Jew, but leisha does mean real. Here's the non-Jew. Leisha, I guess it's better for American. Wonderful. Yeah. Let's get good from the script. But, you go here's stuff now. Do we learn? Yes, I was like, a person we get down to get any as so that's the guy we yeah, you might know. I just want to hear it. Down the one that do was go on. This woman is go power up. This guy wants to come together. Love is high, we don't know. The stuff is high. If we don't know now, how much is it? Who's off? You better call me if I feel remember people. You go hang on? Maybe go to the point of view of remember something like that. What? So when it's good, it's people. Remember to say that's it. So maybe over there, I will be over there, and now I'm talking about also the concept here. We have this concept anytime you start something twice, it's a double negative, and double negative is a opposite. So we call those two words again for that. Race is done. That's good. Not the best, not the heck. But also it's done for second. The third time, thanks to a shot, let's do it. If we have two negative, only four. So what do we do? It's the gun for a zero. Yeah. The moment you look at that, a lot of that still sticks to that. So you don't put that down, right? I mean, that's the point I want to make. Right. The idea is you're going to the other stuff on quick. And the thing they said, oh, I'm in for like the shop is funny, like, like, you guys just about, hey, I'm like, you're back? Over there. Thank you. Over there. Hold over there. Sorry. Over there. Oh, yeah. So beautiful. Do the home. Do the here. Let's do the oh, my God. Look at some day. You do the work. Every morning. Over there. You have I hope, I guess, a vision of a dream, vision of a person, or you have an experience there. The meeting of the weeks ago is the couple of power. So the idea, to me, it seems like, I don't know if this is not the first time they're ever, let me do something called a challenge. Come on. We're going to see, yeah, we're going to like that, hopefully this brother, I don't know, okay. But, yeah, is, the road in there's, there's, the road in it's a very, very politician, and, all his brothers, so I went to his father, coached, Little League. So, I asked, like, you're very into baseball, but your sons are like more, they went that,
Riser, they were talking in here, so I moved you into the other room. I'm still watching though. No, I moved you into that other Discord channel, but you're good. I'm still watching. Keep on keeping on, baby.
I remember that. Very busy with the, helping out. I don't waste my time. I'm not just that. It's important. Anyway, I think Robin, what's the weather going? Great. Shot tomorrow. I just know shot. What's going on over here? Oh, there's ridiculous. What's that kid that you're costing millions of dollars? That's just me. Because I spent my job and they tell me to come and I was there for fucking millions. No, you know, hold on, we're up. I have not done it. They go, they're hand in hand. They're connected in a way. If you hold that the mirror sharing of the joy is not kind of nice if he does it, so then the joy you need the hold the power. Once the joy does the power of Allah, you want Lisa was reading either one of those. And if you hold that one of those is higher than both of them, if you hold that the final of somebody goes, he's kind of nice here. He's kind of power. Kind of power, kind of nice. They don't hang in there. And now they're going to that. Well, wait a minute. They're going to go. They don't hang in there. Here's the fact that a one is personally fine. They don't want that. I don't know how to call me partner. You know the one man partner. And somebody else has the football. You say the then we have, oh, you want to do a show. Really want to show. The American, they never took the video. I told them, you know what? What is that? We're still talking about show. Only a show. Everything goes wrong. I know that. Doesn't want, and the guy in the show, that's not, no straight out. I don't believe it. Hey, hey. Okay, so as a buffalo, I'm going to set the bar. Each side is set aside of a sheep or donkey. Donkey have a newborn donkey. You have 15 minutes with the cow or side you can start with the cow. Once you fall down to the baby start in, why would it go to the car? So you know the dogs get a lot of money. I'll buy you out there. Like you still the tax. You want to buy whatever it is. So more. And so it's like, I'll buy out there. You guys should give him money. So this guy is smart. Power. He's gonna do that. Well, you know, it's a little close to talk. You don't have to have the door. Talking. Oh, it's not a public. It's not a creation either. Well, that's a good question. You let a work animals. That is spirit. Wrong. Marshmallow. That's all. Power. That's the word. Like the most of the other guys, they'll be off. The problem is, you said a power and so you said a power and people would do the same. So people got their power to it. You know about food, the power, the power, the bagels, the guy who was real way to do it. You have a hetero way to do it, and a non-hetero, even though the other way might be harder, and not as what's the word? Like not as a word. The word for the wrong place. It's the word for the wrong place. Okay. No, what I mean is the writer might be the word is something like the writer. It's not not like a thing it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to do it that way. It's much better to get a go and do some reading. But people do the harder way, the hetero. It always means 46 plus. What? Yeah. Uh, no. No. No, no. Hetero. This is hetero. No, if you want to do a roommate, but then pay it. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a problem. Look it up. Look in the Bible over there. If you do it, it's anybody are they trying to upset it? I don't think so. Sure, many the Rishaya. I'm sure many women who like to cheer. They don't have a car. I don't know. I think it's a cheer. No, we can go like that. No, that's not good. That's not good. No, no. One thing I see for sure. That's very. It's the Muslim is very. Became top Muslim. I forget how to spell what. The only reason making fun of Dylan's not gonna watch today. And nobody can WhatsApp him though. Okay. Right there, we love him. We love him. There's always things like that. No, that's true, man. True, but now here's another thing to do with Shia. Oh, and forget it, now it's stick. What stick? I can do it with Shia. Don't Shia, Mario, multiple I can stick. Aroma, it's cheating. Pull back, so here's the mic. Let me see this one first. I don't know what it is. One, here, hold on. This is Mo. Look, shaft. The feel or whatever you want to call it. The rain inside. You have so if you bring it into your house with the shaft, that's animal food. And I don't put five into the what are you laughing at? Okay? You leave it at 3 bucks. That's no good. We don't want eating, we don't want drink. EPS. I'm the famous. The iron law is not godly, they're is it halacha, okay. Escala es como algo, no están de que but also reference. In order to try to put the mic, you have to bring it into the front door. You bring it to the back through the skylight, through the roof it says over here. Awesome. That's a great way to get at it. Sticky. And you bring it into the house through the roof. Awesome. Over here we have a special video covered by Luke public moment. We're all after moment. Let's go out. This point, part of the year, moment stuff is a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Follow you. Pay attention to the logo on the wall. Thank you.
Hello? I have a solution for you. Bring it in through the roof.
This is what Michael said. That boom is what we heard. We all heard that, and you feel it, you hear it. Don't doubt what it is. I don't know. Yeah? Each one of those. What's the Now, this voice like wild, but I think value please. Now, famous really big box background. It's like our editor is Cyrus. Marketing? When you watch the cheerleader and all of a sudden the white tears stare in the background, why did you put this in? Oh, I believe it's written in Google. I'm gonna try to I don't know if it's very good to tell you, but I was looking for over there today while my main business can do that's why that's what I'm about. And I last on the last night the highway through by last night in the middle of that around 9:30 my phone started vibrating but it was warm. Not only to bring it down, but this time I forgot after 11 missed calls. Alright? I was really mad. I tell the radio side, telling she knows you're real movie. I asked her, told me that they were looking for me. I want to have your baby at the last bathroom. Turn on the space heater too hot. I don't know why they don't break the door down. Want to save the door maybe. I ran home, got my tools, pushed over, those things I rested the baby after they want to pay me. Basically, standard by time I'm doing a shim's hour, rest at night, then kicked in. The time didn't know to me, and they cannot think about it instead. Ran back to the edge of leaving. The father asked me, what if you came from this stuff? Maybe when you read, comes from tea. I told him to call 06325 15551 and join the paper because even if you're learning for all day, you need to do something else to your own. So I go with community, so from community, residents started from from here, right up for some to do with them. So I say, first thing, that you know, another story. In all the single men, this guy runs the paper. Another single man, the boy time, Thomas and Mason. There's an old single man, some man like King King for that day of an offer at the minute there was that 40 consecutive days. Get it? No need to go off more or just sit by yourself for another 40 days. And this is the man. We haven't tried out yet. And then I'm taking you away. Also, another guy that is for 3 days. I don't know, place that that's why they will. I was sure. I mean, looking at the chick, one of the people in my I do it just for a lot of I got emails yesterday. It's a different thing. Yeah, thing I'm making with me. You have people in the YUI so this time with some I took a lot of stuff passing around about things related together with that. You guys don't even know how to do it. Every day. There's every day translation of multiple parochial. Now, you like to learn, leave us the end and nothing of this sounds rough. Little sound is dedicated to memory of Ugly Mary, Moral, Moral, and the time to the social of that. You'll tell you this is a fall check down that the house sounds the nation of different around a billion, so it's out to the evil. Not a claim of the mission of God. Lessons in all areas of life. Anonymous. These are mystical the American claim both sides believe the full claim of sense that not that these guys before, possibly anywhere worldwide, and tell themselves. Weakness not in honor of those that try to make all into duty of this not to forget. Mary, my grandmother, to the yes about to call on thee, 7th York, North and Leia, Epstein, in honor of Eliab, who trustworthy and perseverance concerning the die. Darna, in honor of our beloved grandma Sheila. She was work on the birthday, Mazel Make the super Mazel on your Mazel even like whoa! Anonymous the same in the self friendly on the 64 and the OR. The full flame of an increment of a Rafa, the flame of an Esther, the yellow, the deal, Grand, and yellow Esther. All in the last line, that pay in the day, Rabbi Midu and Sarah in there. What we discuss? If I tell you they decided they start spiritual labor, now it's coming up, the voice of 2 weeks. Start spiritual labor only on a Sunday. Not on a Monday, not on a we started on a Sunday. This is the false not part of that. We're trying to prove many proofs. 8, 9, 10, who knows? That we started the day, the right, the first day, the first day, that's like the reason I'm saying right now is we're going to do another recap. Tomorrow is going to do a whole recap of what we learned yesterday. Don't worry about it, man. All these cheapest clear. And then we're going to go from big stuff to basically that kind of stuff. And then that kind of really to the end of the yeah, so that's the tomorrow. Rabbi Yehuda, the Sarah, this is every video we have a video I remind you a little bit. Maybe something that says, and now we are in second right because we are divided into two rights. The reason they were in there, evidence stuff. I really wanted to is actually very simple. We have simple law. It says, shut down for yourself. Here's the medicine of some of the last time. That means that the human prevention is a special cause to the cancer start, just start great. It's so they go to Sunday, you want to call out on the whole world, like you say Sunday, special 8 now, 4, the Sunday. We must see that we start counting right after the young. If you're going to look for time, look for I see right after the other, I was going to happen with the other area of the side where it makes that only one time. It doesn't say which Sunday. Well, to be on a Sunday is which Sunday? Which Sunday? Because when it's eliminated, you got one for any minute the first Sunday. Where's that? If that's the other day, I get it. But after Sunday, day after that, many
Rabbi,
What's going on, big man?
what's your going on right here? Any sport?
No, but it's a little late for that. We're watching a documentary, though.
A documentary?
Yes, sir.
Don't the NBA start or the NBA playoff?
They already started, big man.
The Lakers, they play yesterday.
Correct. They'll play again tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, they play one more by Cleveland Cavaliers.
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, Rabbi, I may be mad at me.
I'm not mad at you at all. I've never been mad at you in my entire life. Yeah, why is that? Do you know? No. That look like vodka.
I think it's my internet.
That could be.
I'm trying to. I was featuring DC and somehow, wow.
Okay, that could be it. Let's see. Is it what kind of device is it? Okay, what no, I understand that. What kind of are you okay, so here's what I want you to do. Go to your Chrome settings. Yeah, and go to type in the search. I think it's acceleration. So type in ACCEL, and you see enable hardware acceleration or enable graphics. Yeah, ACCEL. And do you see enable hardware acceleration or enable graphics acceleration? Okay. Which one am I looking for? Brandon A? Yeah. Okay, just one moment. Okay, just one moment. It's not loading for me. Um, okay, do you see in the Chrome settings, are you using on that device that keeps leaving and coming back? Are you using the Discord app or the browser? Okay, and are you using Chrome? Okay, go to the settings, type in ACCEL. And do you see anything that says enable graphics acceleration or enable hardware acceleration? Okay, delete ACCEL and type in hardware, HARDWARE. No, HARDWARE. No, okay, I'm going to spell it again. HARD. Does anything show up when you just type in hard, HARD? Okay, that's fine. Okay, type in graphic, GRAPH. Okay, do you know what the Chrome, um, go to your browser bar where you type in an address, like where you would type in Google, type in Chrome, colon, yep, and then the colon, which is two dots. Okay, and then I'm just, you know, Brandon, I'm just gonna send it to you. Uh, what you want to type in there. So Brandon, I'm gonna just one moment. I'm gonna send you a message um, of what to type in there. Okay. On the one that has the meerkats, go check your messages and type what I sent you. It's Chrome colon // flags. Okay, you found it? Brandon, did you find it? Okay. And okay, so then what you want to do? Okay, so go to the Chrome flags. Did you do that? Okay, I'm going to send you the instructions again. These are more in depth. You want to, once you're in Chrome flags, you want to search for override software rendering list. Okay, and type in override, Override. Do you see it says override software rendering list? Okay, change the setting from default to disabled. Okay, now change it to enabled. And then click relaunch at the bottom. Yeah, relaunch or restart. And then try it again and it shouldn't kick you out. Let me know if you're still having issues, okay? Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see. But that's good. All right, big man.
I'm not doing it anymore.
Good.
Anymore.
Sweet dreams, big man. Farewell. Good night, big man. I know you will. I love it. You're always welcome here. This is your home.
Good night. Good night.
You too, big dog.
Sweet dreams.
Thanks, big man. You too.
when I switched over to snowboarding 10 years ago. They rushed that. I enlisted the rest of the last next to me. I guess he had a major brain, and he asked his father, he says, "What am I doing here?" I was with a tree. He said, "I need to go to the bathroom." Just went to the bathroom. He says, "How long has it been?" "Been, 2 hours." 30 seconds go by. What am I doing here? So you hit a tree. You have to go to the bathroom. Went to the bathroom. How long? And this went on and on. Same 4 questions in a row. Well, yesterday was I said it was Benny, but also my Kabusa, he does this nice old man comes to this is that kind of that he's only gonna live for a few more days, maybe a week or two. Then he starts to experience the nightmare with the cross. So we can do something with Christ, when he was the way says this thing that you're saying the spiritual nightmare with the cross, so it's very strong and gives you the same amount within a second that he told the story. He said, I told the story last time, 7.5 years ago. You asked the same question. My mother said she was alive and she didn't live. And that was this and this. You hear, you hear the same question, same answer, same. No, so it's only that your particular brain works. Same, some question, nothing, whatever it is. Really? Oh, oh, you hear that? Taki's watching. I don't want to tell people watching. But he's watching the left side. And I said the story of breaking into the car and having something phone coming up. The triggers, your brain works with something. Oh, it's a good ride. Good ride. Yes. Next cycle, I'm going to go through the whole thing and start going to say. And then you watch my this. And it's like, the truth. Like your voice time, you got to move here. Oh, wow. This one was kind of wrong. All right. Let's move into Super Cool. They took this and they put it, I'm doing fast. This actually has an addition. They reach the bar, they put it in the back. They're beautiful. Look at this. Beautiful. And they would put it in front of the fire as so, like this. Look how beautiful the tree is. Not like the Gemara says, made out of copper. That's not any holes in the bottom. Today, what? Yeah. So when I was in the time of the post, the post says, look at the post, if you know, open the gate. This is the beautiful. However, the sun will go up, they smile. You gotta feel it down, but not like with a real hard. If something soft, maybe something like this. That's just like something from average. Not you don't want to. The super level is copper thing. That's like the look at all the you're so cute. The who got then he put this one right over here. No, not this one. Oh, I don't know. Oh, this one. Oh yeah, this one. It's the wrong head. Then the wind comes and blows through. The cooler high-end does right through. This is interesting because this one was small. Put in a special grinder that only that the larger put in with the shaft and so the stone is actually larger than the first larger. So now we're going to drill. Start deliver solid X-ray meltdown. You were here yesterday. Uh, when I first started the studio, and I remember this black. all the police get it. To be Rothschild and around any of them other police get it. But you know the Bible says the word hey, you know, so that's what shocked me them before. When you put it in the fire, put it in the fire beforehand or after flour, before the drying after. Remember the eight, the Indians they do it on beforehand. Caramel. And so yesterday, Rapimo, because this, I'm going to somebody take a word, put on the street and take a word, and it's actually a funny word, but it's really like a Russian paper for it. Like a what? Is it an acronym? Okay. Speaking of acronym, it's actually for Rapimo. It's soft, and it's like flour. But then over, just talking about so you have another word that the other Israeli in lesson before lesson before that's lesson third. The time up is later. Ever heard of the word later? It's like oh, what do you mean? Here. Funny that's the word funny. Funny. Well, I don't think you know back in the day. So let's see if it's better, fine, or better. Better than one of the sometimes things are. It's not meant to be like confusing over and get that. This is a short stuff. Now you're there. Pain, the arm, you're failing, well, you have to run the country, give us bread and cake. There's nothing all you need. Go in there. The top of the oven, that's the mistake. The muscle, like the muscles, the woman who's the effort. It says, least of it tells the man, Nalo, get up from the bed. This muscle tapping the top of the skin with blood. So that the word is also contains all those words. I think he did it over again. First, excellent. Go in there. Maybe let us be better. Go in there. Not remembering their love song. As you know, we have that bird. I used to lay the egg and 60 villages round. So this late stuff, I live in the house. The last of late stuff, I live in the house. Carried his egg, went up like twice. I was sitting there in shock. Many other people were looking at that. All coming egg comes out. This big. Well, we just put this, and not just lay an egg. And then I turns around, just right, and makes a jump and hole in it and start eating. Yeah. This is it carries the egg. I went up to a place that's safe. It's like employment. You're at a different lake. Maybe it's possible like film. As long as it says the film, you're at a different lake. You're at so meaning your rate says you feared me. The man was wrong, so she told him not to left and she moved to the side. This is like I don't know. I guess the look you guys is Zed. It's like something like also one of those songs where like I don't know. We have another song. You're either the high the high fall studio. Very oh no, I missed something. The favorite small Carbell is the same word. Same this is how it all started, but it's different. He learned higher metal, higher color, rock and roll. 3100 200 like and this is state stuff. Many of them are from running stuff manual. And so yeah, that's a terrible story. There was a girl ran that the grand seems to get close. When the guy fell off the motorcycle here, left side, look, the tire went up. Seriously. I just started learning how to make it here, and I wanted to think to making it so it used to be a very much unrelatable than a track. I just quickly read through chicken ranch, and now I'm stuff it up. And why? Mom does every possible potential. They do good, you the whole team, and then of course I'll keep it down. They maybe general, but the videos that really well so really this is at the my head. No, like that's one in the right voice to be part of the show. But not my dad, like I was on 30 years. Even I heard on Monday Tuesday as well. What? Yeah, that's what makes one of the so the whole family that makes the salad is called that camera over on the left is a big part of the another big continent is my good friend Alex Kamala over in the left, and then you read in the middle. The show goes on the right. I believe that the custom is English different. The show goes to the right. No. The one that's very Eisenberger, I think his son, is now very shaped, very long beard. The budget very secret, just want to say hi. Be it to top around now. That's what comes from. This means a lot. You got to invest. Good. Short, that's I'm going to Colombia, I just want to shoot the incredible miracle that happened. So don't think down. Although, by the way, I need to update America. Yesterday there were more than all the days before. So it's like they went up into and some of them are very, very loud and powerful. Some of them sounds like this impact. One of them is so loud. There's one in midday. They have fields that are so crazy how loud it is. And then that is where oh, here's the drop. Here's the drop. It's right across from our house. Right across from the drop. And it's not. I think it's only in a oh, you were in my mind in that building. They right here. The shopping center across from our house. Right. And Dubai across what? Yes, so the other big fish. This big fish right through right on the floor in the fish. And it's giant so the fish is like back by so far. And that was like the food tank something of the thing. But like I wanna say like 7, 8 feet diameter or something so crazy. Yeah. So it's not a joke. Second big fish like that. The one with the nine that still is also still. That's right to the still. But yeah, I want to share with you a little of this. This is coming up. A lot of people are starting learning here in June at 7:10 in the morning. I wake up early, so 10:05 every day. Last week, I finished walking with the battery. So here, it causes to get up earlier than usual. Last week, I watched visual watch the battery in my electric bike. Guess it was this one. They charge my living room every night. And I was told, at the moment I stepped out of the door, the battery exploded in my hand. The large fire broke out of the stairwell. My parents thought I didn't get it. So the fire department. I think I'm taking my family out of the house. I stayed asleep like I used to before I started in the fear if I asked for first. I don't want to think about what's happening. Now this is I'm happening. Like fire breaks don't have to be that front of the watch. change my meaning of life. Like recently, this video about 10 guys yesterday. Learning how money else in my money and school that is the stuff and the quiet and I stop it. We send all the money for the area. That is the first of the Torah and Rothschild. Blessings and all fears of life. Not a whole flying story. Flame or needle. Doesn't that out? Helping establish the top of the anywhere worldwide have done them solid. In honor of voiceless sisters by mitzvah, song, hospitality, week, and I'm just of the wedding of bad, that they pronounce it, the bad, and the bad, and then Lisa, and Jake, the bad. Dr. David, your set of prophecy, all kinds of bad. Just faster. And memory of my dear mother, Rivka, I am Yaakov. I must absolutely finish myself at full moisture. And yeah, the fight family, sweat, everybody take a look at this. This is about somebody put it in. Thanks. Why does somebody help me out? And in this spirit, they all find that shared quickly with joy and faith. Now it's one of those pirates in London, Edinburgh, or actually within Canada. Huh? You know, you like America. And now my daughter's to the world today. I am Bima, Mama, Rafa. And we are one thing we are connected to the Rafa. You got a heart attack, by the way. Yeah. So, of course, I remember they can. Everybody throws the phone when it goes off like that. You get hurt. The same amount of that. What they else, that he else, that he else, that. Hoy está, ay, más que está, we got the holding, five lines, the bottom. Yesterday, we said the story of Mordecai, the killer of Mordecai, who was able to, what's the word I'm looking for, cipher. You like the word? It means decipher. Cipher. You might not like the sound of the sound. Of the good, the mind, got to be love. Okay? So, as a decipher, that is sound fire. So, anyway, so, God Jesus, he said, now, let me ask you something. If you were here and a guy was deaf or mute, that's that, mute, he starts his hand on the computer, puts his hand on the beard, you say, a bearded computer. Like, what's the big fuck on? Put his hand on a put his hand on the beard. So I think the Gemara nice hand. But anyway, good was this idea that what sacrifice. Rachel was going to figure it out. Yeah, or stories like that. How we stop, other people don't stop. But most stories nobody's paying attention. You're trying to say that it's called them, that it's part of that husband. There, let's listen what you're saying. That's the more how to tell something. Women, guys told Peter. They went into this amigo with birth. Cain is the pure birth. And bring birth for usually if the woman comes to let her off or in a double. And up to all these people, when people double person woman down and survive after that other days, the other day I'm on my ocean. I'll enjoy. And then a little bit, but the side talk is what Rabbi, one day, Rabbi, it's not gonna happen, Rabbi. I'm a big talker. Me, wedding, I weddings every night. So I take my daughter. Really the best job. And I'll give you the money, whatever you want. Good. Here's a wedding gown. They have a whole community. Huh? Morocco. This Morocco wedding. That's why we're going. Everybody to come. Like so. So listen to stuff. Guys, I'm great. So they come with multiple legs. They pour down the throat. What is this guy? I don't care about multiple legs. He goes, did you see abracadabra? And you hit the leg. You have to know how to pull it another way. Because I want to finish. Try to pull it the one way. That time. So he runs away. He don't pick up. I'm finished. Take care of this. We even have to do it. So you are guilty. We hereby sentence you to death by lead pouring. Sure. You can pour whatever you want down my throat. You're saying oh my brain. You just now you put on my brain. My brain was just oh, you just like this later video. Alright, like you want to know value talking. Yeah. In other words, upon that that whole studio we learned one where the kid showed how to make cucumbers. The Islamic letter you have to know how to fish with fish. You got to everything person comes in actually now you have fall and so how you have fun, how you that also know everything. Why? Like this and hesitancy not yeah, I'm thinking about. You don't want to hear it from the translator. Why not? Solid variable sense. Here comes one of my favorite ever. The waiting years that I want to think one of the best dialogue shows. It's familiar. Some people like it, I love this show. This Spanish speaking person so moved out and the sheriff they bring him into the interrogation room. They're trying to really be the job and I believe this fine, you don't understand the freaking translator. You translator in. They tell this guy I want to go to tells him Spanish. They tell him a lot. I'm not yeah. So the period is just a realm to fire up. Thanks to that guy. So look where it is. Tell him Spanish. Says if you don't find where it is, blow your head off. That's the first thing. That's what it's like the street. Right by the street. And right next to the street, it's like a whole down. That's what's $10 million. What did he say? He says, you think you're going to focus freaking too early yet? He's enough, sir. people take 3 minutes to count. Does it make sense why I like it? I just love that. Not your joke. The Maturga one, you can't trust the Maturga one. You have to check. Sometimes it's just real. Lost translation. That's not my favorite. Guys, good, good. But not the best. That's not why I like it so much. Oh, we also put down Mordecai. And when they have a fight, we turn to the guy. God, and this, to me, this makes sense. You will take to understand different languages and put them together. You have to be a good talking here in America. And it's got that accent. Typical, you run off and like in the God, it's a happy words on me. I don't know how to like listen to you serious shit on it. And they go and like, well, like, down. Well, that's the maximum. You know, like, so God is people, believe it or not, God is people real. I know it's in the mission where this is not in the not in in Aramaic. They don't think of God is real. He Mordecai, let's say it's called in Greek. So a regular people think God, and now you have a thing called God. What's the thing? Because they have to take the word God in Hebrew and Christian in Aramaic and put them together. They oh, he meant together. That's same thing with Cypher. And Cypher is the Aramaic word. So it's name is I, Cypher is the whole of the line. You say part, ain't part, but ain't Cypher. How do you have the word Cypher? It's a different word, it's a different language. That's the fact. Like that, so. Very good. Like, no. Okay, but so, anyway, huh? With the fun, anybody want to see the video of that? That's not for me. I have a nice song in the chorus. I know the spirit to mortify Bill song. That's why he called the Bill song from my friends Anita. Continue. Look in Mishnah. It's a little. So we also the video. We're kind of familiar. What practice the toy? Because you have married young boy, so it's a toy. We must put the card. That's in. You can look at the last. Hurry on. Tie up a bunch of garlic. When it's still attached to the ground, because that you have to do the pure alcohol noise, the night of the alcohol noise, they in way of I think it's a beautiful concept. And then do I was very much and good for the school, like this is the school, not the also like all the story like that whatever general it's a flavor for my son. Everybody wants at a system. Yeah, one that's six, seven, no. I'm talking about look at the here's a good one. That's my pet peeve. Sometimes you have a meeting of 10 people. So that guy, he does what I say 42 minutes. And why you sitting on the extra one? And now all my people wait. Let's say you're 10 minutes guy answer. And you put my food what? Yeah. With the people that look tomorrow. There's a time of different experience. Don't make the people wait. So I heard that people some over or a little so next to that place, they don't get started. Why? Today, she and Nick started to each other. They want to make a whole mess out of it. Again, because of the thing that says that when we learn, means the day, the night, right after you're done, first night of Yom. So we start today. So when we start the timer, we start on first night of Almighty, or the American second night of Yom. There's still, right, must be on first night. So by Tyson, they say, they say, we must be Shabbos, literally, the day after Shabbos, always falls out on the Friday. So you want to tell people, no, we didn't listen to my Tyson, we did it on Monday, we're doing it from leadership. But once nightfall, over in my hand, the boss, so the guy, one of the people cutting, he tells the audience, sun goes down, over your head, the whole place is Rosh Hashanah, over your head. So, dear, that's the question. They answer 3 times per person, Michael too. In other words, each question is 9 times. Boss, yes, 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 then boss, yes, yes. Michael too. So the thing, over your head. Michael too, look at you, go back, hey, make a whole massive situation where everybody gets involved. Oh, good. Yeah, give them a dog. Yeah, special one. And answer. They're not spectators. They're part of the participants. The first thing you have to get out. Cuba, 200 minutes. The Shabbos, the first night. So, no, hold on, Shabbos. Better than Shabbos. Overrated, Shabbos. Shabbos, excellent. It's like a couple of weeks. The bar, yes. Go ahead. The whole one. Excellent. So, both bottles, both over the other. Supposed to get 3 times like, whole history is a rush. Whole history is 3 times. They don't even like, hey, 3. Hold on, bro. Why? If they have a person because of the person, so everything, yeah, but some of them still have to get some reason. I think, and the public, right? The team events like that. They started the first of all that. We started the way as the Whalen Association number is not it's Sunday. And Whalen here, yeah. All right. The main like place, the lights will lose left. Okay. Starting tomorrow. Remind me your name from South Africa. What's your name again? Dion, it's like, is that the name of your wine or it's making that up? What's the name of your wine? Hey, sure, that's right. Give me free wine. Dion, good. All right, let's get here. Yeah, in the middle of the war? Full war. Trying to get back to that.
Yo, dog, what are your thoughts?
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I did too. Believe it or not, I wanted to get more. Like I've seen like every one of these documentaries that they've ever put out, and I've seen them for 20 years. And this one could play as a podcast, or it could play as a documentary. It had a narrator. It kept me up to date. It gave me explanation. It um, there are some things I slightly disagreed with, like exactly how the Kennedy assassination went down. But the big takeaways that I garnered or gleaned from it that were really important to me were that autopsy picture of Kennedy where his eyes are open. That never made sense to me if he was shot from the front. But then now knowing that that wasn't Kennedy, it was just that top JD Tippit who looked like him was really interesting. The G. Gordon Liddy as the shooter of JD Tippit was really interesting to me because I'd always heard that, but I never put it together exactly how it went down. Um, and how Watergate wasn't really about an election by any means. It was about perhaps Nixon wanting to publish the pictures of what happened with the people with the CIA or whatever, and they were like, "No, you're not going to do that." And so they used the same people who basically pulled off everything with Kennedy uh, to be the plumbers, or what they called the plumbers. And that was always a question that I had. Like, why would these same guys who had something to do with the Kennedy assassination have something to do with Nixon Watergate scandal? And it was like, oh, because they were basically told like, hey, we've got pictures of you in Dallas, Texas, November 22nd, 1963. And if you don't go in there and get these pictures, we are going to um, basically come public with them. Now, do I think that's exactly how it went down? I think there are other forces involved with all of this, but um, that was all really interesting to me, and I see why this is such a popular documentary in terms of um, like the non-mainstream and why you can't find it on YouTube anymore and why it's considered so controversial from a documentary point of view. I thought it was excellent. The fact that they have a narrator throughout the whole thing that's telling me the story, that they're using facts, that they're not jumping to conclusions, that there aren't major periods of just silence, and um, that's all. I mean, from a documentary point of view, this is the best, most engaging documentary. Like that's like 3+ hours long that we've watched. We've watched some documentaries that are like an hour and 10 minutes long, and I'm not focused on them at all because they have a lot of silence in them, and they just expect you to like take in the environment or whatever. Like I get it. If I see a picture of something, I get it. Like I don't need to look at it for like 10 seconds and then a landscape shot and then like four more clips or something. I get it. I know what you're talking about. But so overall, I'm glad we watched it. It's allegedly like one of the great non-mainstream videos of the last 25 years. Um, did I know everything that was in it? No. And it made me think about some things. And um, I consider myself to be a Kennedy assassination expert. I will debate people on it. I know the names, I know the locations, I know a lot about it. And I mean, when they kill your president, any American who like doesn't look into it, I feel is doing their patriotism a disservice. And so I went and dug down it and tried to figure out what happened. And like if you in the United States, if you discuss this stuff in public, they um, name call ad hominem attack. But for anyone who really is a truth seeker who wants to walk out of the back of Plato's cave, these are necessary discussions that one must have. And not tonight, and perhaps not ever, but the best documentary I've ever seen on a Kennedy assassination is uh, You know, I don't even know what it's called. It's the James Earl File story. Basically, they have the guy. He has since died, but he killed Kennedy with the fatal shot from the grassy knoll. And if you're like, well, how do you know he was the guy? Well, he knows so much about it. There are pictures of him there. Um, he talks about the bullet he used, the gun he used. It was the gun he used was a Remington Fireball. The bullet he used was a mercury-filled um, hollow bullet, hollow bullet, hollow point gun. The reason why they used a mercury fireball, a Remington Fireball, I should say, um, was because it was like a short barrel, but which allowed him to put it in his jacket. Um, I mean, and it's like, okay, well, how did they get this interview of him? He was actually in jail when they did the interview. And that's like, well, couldn't anybody say what they want from jail? Yeah. But he was there at the time. He has pictures of him with Lee Harvey Oswald. Um, he has pictures. Uh, he talks about like his journey. He drove from yeah, but he didn't shoot him. He was just a pet. And as he said, his last words, the last words of uh, Lee Harvey Oswald were, "I'm just a patsy." And a patsy is someone who you blame for doing something and then you kill them. And literally he yells, I'm just a patsy." And then um, Jack Ruby comes up and shoots him on live television and kills him. And it was just like getting rid of a loose end. And then Jack Ruby went to jail because of it and quickly died in jail due to cancer. They allegedly gave him like some kind of radiation poisoning. He died very quickly. So it's like basically tying up the loose end and tying up the loose end and tying up the loose end. And this documentary makes, I think, a profound argument that George Herbert Walker Bush was the mastermind behind the Kennedy assassination. And I think there's a lot of credence to that. Um, if you know anything about George Herbert Walker Bush, he was the head of the CIA. When they asked him, "Where were you on the day of the Kennedy assassination?" He says, "I don't remember." And like I can tell you exactly where I was on 9/11. Anybody who tells you like anybody can tell you their location on a given day when they find out something like important in history. It's called a flashbulb memory. And so for him to not be able to say that is quite curious. And then people have since done digging up in newspaper articles, and George Herbert Walker Bush the night before was published in the newspaper to be speaking at the local Freemasonic Lodge in Dallas, which is questionable in itself. And there's that picture of him standing outside the Dallas police station that looks a lot like him. And the CIA is just incredibly corrupt, incredibly um, against the interests of the American people. And there's nothing we can really do about it. It's basically an open secret that it conducts espionage, not just globally, but also on the American public. John F. Kennedy had a quote that he wanted to smash it into 1,000 pieces, and I see why. Not only was he killed over it, his brother was killed over it. Allegedly, his son was killed over it, um, and a lot of other people. It was another thing that was interesting to me from this documentary was they were like, "We do body switches all the CIA does body switches all the time." Like this wasn't new to them, and um, and then how the people got rewarded who were involved. So this is a weird thing. It was like it was a time when like 5 U.S. presidents were in the same city on the same day, which doesn't normally happen unless it's like a public event, or people who would be U.S. presidents. So you've got John F. Kennedy in Dallas, November 22nd, 1962. You've got George Herbert Walker Bush outside um, the Dallas police station. You've got Lyndon Baines Johnson, who would be sworn in on Air Force One, and they forced Jackie Kennedy to be there alongside him. She has blood all over her pink um, outfit. You have, uh, well, I should say, there were five, purportedly five. Was it five? Maybe just four. Well, five, certainly five presidents that were involved. You've got Richard Nixon, who was previously the vice president under Eisenhower, who Jack Kennedy beat in, and Jack and John Kennedy are the same person, but who John Kennedy beat in the 1960 election, which was allegedly rigged. You've got Gerald Ford, who would take over after Watergate, and who was on the, uh, he was like very involved with the Warren Commission. So you've got like five presidents: Nixon, Kennedy, Johnson, Herbert Walker Bush, and Ford, who are all like extremely involved in this situation. And you're never taught about it in school. I remember when I was in school, I was really excited to learn about like having the Kennedy assassination. We never had it. We made it to World War II. We might have said a word about the Korean War, and that was it. That was like all the history we covered. And there's a reason why the CIA publishes the books in the United States. Specifically, a company called McGraw-Hill, which Ghislaine Maxwell's father owned. Uh, he owned a lot of things, and he owned McGraw-Hill, which controls uh, the majority. He owns Scholastic or something like that. And those two companies, perhaps one's a subsidiary of the other now, they they control the American school system, uh, books in the American school system. So anyway, this video was eye-opening, and I'm glad we made it here. So what were your thoughts? I know I'm just laughing. Go ahead.
No, I heard that like there's like this marathon in Dallas or something.
Yeah, so it's known as Dealey Plaza. It's it's. Have you ever heard of the horror film Nightmare on Elm Street?
Yeah,
It has Freddy Krueger in it.
yeah, yeah.
All right. What street do you think John F. Kennedy was taking? That's correct. And there were newspaper articles that said Nightmare on Elm Street. And so that's kind of a callback to what happened on Elm Street. And Freddy Krueger doesn't have anything to do with John F. Kennedy, but the name Nightmare on Elm Street was like in headlines in the 1960s, and then they made the movie in the 1970s. Yeah, a lot of people say I've never been to Dallas, but um, a lot of people say like, well, I've just heard people what they say. Like like one guy, this is on Kill Tony, but gives you like a real deal. He's like, yeah, I'm an Uber driver in Dallas, and whenever I can, I drive the people in Dealey Plaza, and I'm like, yeah, the CIA killed the president right there. And he's like, I usually get low ratings because of it, but I don't care. And so Tony asked him, like, have you ever, or they had somebody else, like, yeah, it was somebody else who was from Dallas. They're like, what do you do for a living or whatever? And they're like, well, I used to work at it's called the Dallas School Book Depository Museum. Uh, it's the sixth floor. Basically, that's where they want to tell you that Lee Harvey Oswald used a Marcano rifle uh, to kill the president. What they don't tell you is that the amount of bullets that he would have had to shoot were impossible to be able to shoot and reload that quickly. Um, and we have an open mic on the radio from the Dallas Police Department that we can like listen to the audio and we know when the bullets were fired. And there were like more bullets on that audio than what actually was shot. It would basically be like, it, how do I want to say it? Um, it would be like, just to give like a real person analogy, it would be like um, somebody carries a bowl of spaghetti to the table, but accidentally drops it. And we all have to scramble to clean it up. And there's this big stain on the ground of a spaghetti stain. And the whole time we just at the dinner gaslight anybody who asks about that. We put a rug over it and we say that it didn't happen. And that's what I mean. There are like all kinds of questions about this that are unanswered. And when I was a kid, Riser, they would put out these random specials. And to their credit, Fox, like there were three major television stations in the United States for like 50 years, 40 years. And the way they got big was through radio. So they were first radio stations, and then they eventually became television stations. Well, Fox was the new kid on the block. Fox more came from the movie world and theaters, and Fox came out in the 1980s. And in order for Fox to gain traction on the other three, they would put out like controversial um, specials, like on the moon, or they might put something out on like how WWF is rigged, and like they would show like behind the scenes how these guys actually aren't taking punches. And another one was called uh, Magicians Unmasked. They would, or the Masked Magician, something like that. They would have a magician who would show how all of the tricks are done in like major magic, and have been for a long time, and that would get a big audience, and then people would have more and more trust in Fox. And
What's the WWF?
yeah, so this one was interesting. They would, so there was a time in the United States where it wasn't acknowledged that WWF was not real, and they eventually had
The World Wildlife Fund.
no WWF, but it was WWF then. So exactly. So in the 1980s, there was an argument that wrestling is real. Those guys are really hitting each other, and it's really better described as um, like choreographed athleticism, something like that. But it has a predetermined winner, and that's why you can't bet on it. And this only came out though in public during a set of hearings that Vince McMahon, the owner of WWE, had in the late 1980s, early 1990s on steroids. And uh, basically, they had to come out and say it's not a sport, it's entertainment. And this caused a lot of controversy because it was like, you lied to us. And it's like, that's just how the sport would work. You have to understand that, like, there was no internet. You watched the wrestling once, there wasn't really even a way to record it. Maybe if you knew someone with a special VCR, but really that wasn't even a thing um, for a long time. And then it looked real, and they had real blood, and so it's like, well, how isn't it real? And like there were no like chat rooms, and there were no forums, and there was no social media. The only way that you got any information about wrestling aside from it being on television, is through wrestling magazines. Wrestling magazines were really popular in the late 80s and early and into the 90s. But they wouldn't admit that it's choreographed athleticism either. They would make it seem like it's real and that these guys really had beef. And if you watch wrestling today, it's like kind of obvious that we think that this is fake, but back then it was not. And so Fox put out a special. Pardon me?
With chair smashing.
No, that made it even more real because they were hitting each other with the chair, and the chair would get dented, or they would throw a guy through a table, and that looks real. I mean, it is real. But what this special did is it talked about the tricks that the guys use to make it look even more real. So, like, one of them is wrestlers generally, not always, but generally, have really long hair. Not always, but it's like, especially back then, they would have long hair, and especially female wrestling. Uh, but even back then, they didn't have female wrestling. There was no like that wasn't a thing. That only came in the late '90s. This was only men. If there was ever a woman involved, she was just known as a manager. She would just be arm candy, a pretty lady, and that's it. But they would have long. These wrestlers would have long hair. The reason why they would have long hair is twofold. One, it allows like when it looks like they get punched and their hair goes back, it like tricks a viewer into thinking that they really got hit. Secondly, it allows them to hide the punches a little bit more. If they're both bald guys, you can kind of see that they're not necessarily hitting each other. But if there's long hair, it can create a little bit of a padding and kind of hides the fist. So they would talk about like these guys use long hair, and they would talk about how they would cut themselves to get blood. And this was always interesting to me. There's an area of the forehead that you can cut that causes immense blood loss, but doesn't cause any scarring. So these guys every single night would take a small razor and cut themselves just above uh, their eyebrow, and you could do that over and over again. Maybe not every night, but every couple of nights or wherever these guys were in the city, and it would cause huge amounts of blood, and that was real blood. Additionally, they would show those chairs, like, oh, you're getting hit with a steel chair. Yes, but they would show where these guys would get hit with the steel chair, and it would show like it bends pretty easily in this spot. If you notice, they're not getting hit where like the edge of the steel chair is, where it would really hurt, but it still hurts. Then they would talk about the tables they would throw them through. And they'd be like, these are real tables. But you have to understand that the table actually creates padding so that when you throw someone down and it breaks the table, it actually pads their fall and doesn't really hurt that much. And they talk about like the pads on the outside of the ring. They'd be like, now these things aren't like a trampoline, but they do allow for some padding. So it doesn't just straight up, it's not on concrete. One thing I always found interesting was they would talk about how they would make the ring. And they would be like, many people think that the ring is actually really soft, but it's not. It's really hard. And when you like body slam a guy or something, it always makes a lot of noise, like ba boom, ba boom. And they would show the underside of the ring is just a bunch of like 2x4s that are like stacked flat, and that takes a lot of the impact, but it also makes a lot of sound. And they'd be like, they just take this thing and they break it down and they go from city to city, like, and it came from the world of the circuses, where like this is like wrestling is a direct tie to vaudeville and the circuses, and going from city to city. And the fact that they weren't in your city more than one night meant it was really hard for the audience to see these things multiple times and to get an idea of what was going on. So that those are kind of things they would show. They would also show like oh what like um that they would sometimes use blood caplets, in a guy's mouth to make it look like they ate glass or something. Um, they would use like they would show what it's like to get thrown into like these metal, like the metal chairs, if like or metal stairs, if you've ever seen. Those really hurt, but they would show like that the guy's not really falling into it. He's putting his arm down first and patting himself. Um, they would show like when a guy jumps on you from the top rope, he doesn't just land on you. He like creates a little like he's on all fours basically and allows your body to fit right in between his body. Um, and then they would show like how when they do the like the pin count, like 1, 2, 3, that it's rigged. They know that this is going to be not on the first time. So it's like 1, 2, and then the referee knows he's not going to go down for the third one, so he'll kind of be slow about it, and then they'll say that you pulled your shoulder up or something like that. What else would they talk about? Um, just like the cage that they use. They would use like a cage to like intimidate people, but in reality, the cage like a lot of times is just like chain link fence material, and so it's kind of it's springy, and you it's not like a true cage would be. So sometimes it is. Um, so that kind of stuff they would just show, and that opened my eyes to how all of that worked, and actually gave me some credibility with Fox. Then Fox, like um, at the end of the decade, launched Fox News, and then kind of went in the political world. But before then, they were just trying to get viewers, so they would have these like really um, controversial specials on, and that kind of that opened my eyes to it. And but again, like the Kennedy assassination was something that I would I wrote a paper when I was in ninth grade. Um, I remember the the teacher said we could write a biography on one person. So basically, um, uh, it was all boys, and we would get a week off every year to do a project. And during that week, our parents would go into the school and have evaluations, and they would tell us like how we were doing in school, what we needed to improve on, and stuff. And um, during the week, since the teachers are doing the evaluations with the parents, they can't be teaching class. So they give you like a week of a project to do. And so in ninth grade, we had to write a biography. And I remember there was like uh, the teacher. We went around the room to say what we wanted to do the biography on what we wanted to do the biography. And I remember I said like one of the kids maybe before me or after me said I want to do the Wright brothers. And the teacher's like, okay, that's fine. And those are the guys who did fight. And somebody else was like, okay, I want to do Teddy Roosevelt. They're like, okay, that's fine. And then I say, well, I want to do the Kennedy brothers. And the teacher's like, you can't do the Kennedy brothers. And I'm like, why not? That kid gets to do the Wright brothers. Why can't I do the Kennedy brothers? And he's like, because the Wright brothers got famous because they did one thing together. The Kennedys were different. They did multiple things individually. And I was like, well, he's like, you've got to pick one. And I was like, all right, I'll do John F. Kennedy. And I had a week to write this paper. And I remember I wrote like a 30-page paper, which is pre pre ChatGPT or anything like that. It's a long paper, right? But I wrote it on the Kennedy brothers. I just didn't necessarily. Um, I wrote it on the whole Kennedy family actually because I thought that was a fascinating story. But throughout it, I I oh yeah, absolutely. We'll get to that. But within my writing, I rejected any kind of claims of it being more than Lee Harvey Oswald. I just went with what the book said. And like, in my opinion, if I wrote this really long article on this, the what the book said had to be correct. And I remember the teacher came to me and was like, I thought you were writing this on John F. Kennedy. You wrote this on the whole Kennedy family. And I said, well, he's a member of the family, and I wanted to give a background on him. I wrote the first 10 pages of this just on like his great grandparents. Like it was way back in his family because I found it to be really interesting. And the I followed the book and I wrote it myself. And at the end, the teacher was like, "So, um, do you think anything happened with his assassination?" And I was like, "Nope, it was one man, Dealey Plaza, sixth floor." And the teacher knew more than what I knew, but didn't want to lead on to that. And I think at one point said, perhaps at the end, like, "Well, as you get older, you might want to look into this a little bit." And I remember I did I did fine on the paper, but it was just it solidified in my head like this was just one person who killed the president, and that's it. And anything else about this discussion is lunacy. And um, then my world started getting torn apart after 9/11, and I used to debate these guys openly about the war in Iraq and how we were doing it for freedom and we were doing it to free the Iraqi people and stop uh, weapons of mass destruction, all that shit. And these guys who have been around a lot longer were like, it's about oil, it's about control. If you can't see that, I was only 16 at the time, but they'd be like, if you can't see that now, you'll see it in the future. And like, I wish I could go back to those guys and like tell them all. Some of them I did, but like I'd be like, I was so wrong about what I thought. And so that was the first time I remember arguing with this one guy. We were at a golf course and we were together like the whole day, and all I did was want to talk about the Kennedy assassination. And can you imagine like you're supposed to be working, and all you have is this pesky 16-year-old kid who just wants to talk about the Kennedy assassination. It's just like shut the fuck up. Um, but nevertheless, really interesting, really interesting time in my life. But we found that, or I found that as I got older, I started getting into these documentaries, and the internet went from being text based to photo based to video based. Once it got video based, there was this huge amount of documentaries that got put out in the early days of YouTube. I can remember the first year of YouTube, I just sat and watched Seinfeld on YouTube. Like that's there were no like copyright infringements. There was nothing. I was watching full episodes of Seinfeld um on YouTube, and I just thought that was as advanced as technology would ever get. That I could watch Seinfeld without commercials. That was a really big deal. Um, and then eventually these videos would come out, these documentaries, and I would like force my friends to watch it. My friends didn't want anything to do with this stuff, but I'd force them to watch them. And then they'd be like, wow, that was really interesting. That opened my eyes. Some would talk to me, call me, email me years later, and be like, I can't believe you're right on all that stuff. And that was like such a endearing, like, good feeling to know, like, I impacted someone's life from an informational standpoint. I remember talking to this one girl, and we were going through all of these things, and she was like, I went to this party, and I was talking to them about everything that we had talked about, and they were really, really interested in it. And they were like, she's like, they were eating out of my hand, like basically all of this stuff. And then I went and I dropped aliens on them, and they all laughed at me or something like that. But now today, like that girl knows that what I have, like I spoke to her like a few years ago before I started streaming, and I was like, I like she knows that I was right on all that stuff, and that it isn't so ludicrous. But back in 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, just there was no like alternative voice out there, or very few, and now you get people who are red pilled at really young ages, and they're woke at really young ages, but back then it was not that way. So anyway, watching this documentary, it's the first time I've watched a documentary like this in I don't know how long, um, a long time, and uh, and it was interesting to me, and it connects a lot of the dots. It's like not really that good at any single story, but it's a good overarching discussion of the people who may have had something to do with this, and um, so yeah, I mean that's kind of my story of my journey of how I awoke, and um, I find in my community, just generally, there is not like the like mainstream orthodoxy rejects anything that isn't centrist. But if you get people behind closed doors and you get a couple of glasses of wine in them, they talk. And I recognize that more people know about this stuff than are willing to talk about it. And um, so anyway, I I find that I find that's true. Like if I were talking in front of 1,000 people, they'd all be like, "Oh, you're wild, you're bonkers," and all this stuff. But then if you get any one of those people in a room together and you're able to talk to them about it, they go along with what you're saying. I find it like when I do these podcasts with people, there's like something in groupthink that once someone rejects it, then everybody has to reject it, or they look like outsiders. And um, but when I'm in these podcasts with people and they ask me about advanced propulsion and aliens and stuff, people are really serious about that they believe, and they're just sometimes afraid to have the discussion that they believe in. Um, Kennedy's part of this. Some of these other things are part of this. So um, I'm not a I used to be more of a fan of Noam Chomsky. He's a MIT linguist. I've lost some of my respect for him, knowing that he was as close in the Epstein files as he was. But he has a really good quote: "Terrorism is just non-state sanctioned violence," and I think that's exactly right. Terrorism is just non-state sanctioned violence, and spam is just non-state sanctioned advocacy.
100%. 100%.
I love that. That makes me feel good, Riser, because you see it, you see what people go through and trying to get out the truth and things like that. So these for people watching my streams in the future, I talk to you all like a time traveler almost. Not a time traveler, but like someone who knows if I do this enough, somebody's gonna hear my voice. And tonight will be an interesting documentary if people watch it. And uh, then there's this like depression that sets in, like, how do I control this? What can I do? There's nothing you really can do. Um, Except live your life, hug your kids. That's all you can do. It's very it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, and that's all you can do. All right. So I take it it's too late for me to whoop your ass. Is that correct?
No, are you ready to lose?
God, warm up games are not losses in your opinion.
I mean, it's still kind of lots of the one up there. A loss of a loss.
Okay, just one moment. Actually, before we do that, um, I'll send you an invite. Hold on. Oh, okay. Um,
Video.
no more videos. But I am. So when I watch these documentaries, I'm not writing articles, but I sort of am. I like take an idea that I have or that we've discussed, and I'll put it in the chat GPT. I'll say, make me a 10 out of 10 Harvard Law Review Google footnoted article. It'll do it. I'll put that into Copilot, ask it to evaluate a 10 out of 10 logical soundness. It'll say it's like a 9.8. I'll ask it how it can be better. It'll tell me. I'll put that back into ChatGPT, get a 10 out of 10 in ChatGPT, go back to Copilot. It'll say it's 10 out of 10, and then I get it ready to be published on Medium, but I can't publish it because I can only do two at a time. And so, like after I do two, I've got to like wait 24 hours, and I have like a ton of them um, ready to um, be uploaded. So just for a moment, I want to just give you a quick rundown, and then if you have anything else with which I agree, I will write an article on it. And I don't quote anybody in it generally, but you'll get some credit. Um, and you don't need credit. You don't want credit. Watch, I put a quote riser in my Discord as a source. Um, okay, so I just have to find one more topic. Okay, so really quickly, I'm just gonna run through these. Stop me if anything's of interest to you, but like I think you'll agree with all these. Stop me if there's anything you don't in particular. Well, this is an interesting one. So I make challenges to Israel because I think Israel's the future, and there's the idea of it's really important changes in matter to be able to study it. So like when matter turns from solid to liquid at like 0 degrees Celsius, and then again to vapor at 100 degrees Celsius, and then to plasma at like really hot. I want Israel and everybody else to study that, but that's really important to study. Yeah, it's important to study like what happens at room temperature and stuff, but that's not as important as the state of matter. Okay, secondly, it should be an illegal practice to kill a story, meaning give money to interviews and then not publish it. It should be something like bribery. Um, a square is the best dimensions for videos and pics. You disagree with that, and I understand. Um, there's so much space for clicking on a computer and a phone. They should condense it so that more can be seen on the screen. Internet speeds in a phone. Why is it 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars for like digital connectivity? Why isn't it like you have like 95% connectivity or 2% connectivity or whatever. Same with Wi-Fi. Why is it 1 bar, 2 bars, or 3 bars? It's been the same for 20 years and it needs to improve. Another thing, I make an argument that policing should be against OSHA. That's like the Occupational Safety Hazard Association or administration. Same with firefighting. It's like too dangerous of a job, and we need to eventually like wean ourselves off of that. Errant golf balls should be charged to the course. Um, I think peeing in public is not as bad as people make it out to be. I don't think it should be considered a sex crime. Today, many people are on the sex offender registry because they just had to urinate really badly, and I don't think that should be the case. Um, there is an obsession with in-crowd acronyms. So, like, we use them, but you know what they're like J-Yoing. If I just said to somebody, "Oh, that motherfucker's J-Yoing," they'd be like, "What the fuck is J-Yoing?" You'd be like, "Oh, jerking themselves off raw or whatever." And jerking yourself off raw, and they'd be like, "Oh well, I didn't know that." Like, without the explanation at the beginning, it's it's impolite to just use acronyms and like in crowd words if you know that the other people are gonna have to ask about them. Next is, I think there'd be more lesbians uh, who are straight or at least bisexual if men were better, like if men were kinder and not like just more polite and things like that. Just better men. Um, Reddit bias through Reddit bias. There's a thing on Reddit. It's just like a left leaning, a right leaning. Like if you have a sticker on the back of your car that says "I love the environment," you'll be put on a in a subreddit called Informed Warrior Ride. But if you have one that says like um, I love Trump or something like that, you'll be put in like the crazy person one. And it's like both are just opinions. Why is it that like like there's such a like a divergence? Like, aren't they both in the same category to some extent? They're just people. It's really just bumper stickers or whatever. The next one is animal population. So basically, just I think humans are evolving to the same thing. Like when you have an animal population, one animal, usually one of the animals, ends up becoming the alpha. And I think the same is happening in the world with media. You'll have like one alpha person, basically everybody turns to. Just hasn't necessarily happened yet. It happens in smaller groups, but I think it may happen again perhaps in the future. Another is a skunk line, which happens in hair care, where like a woman, this especially happens with people who want to be blonde. They will dye their hair, but then they'll be like their dark roots, and they have to like touch them up. And if they don't touch them up, it'll be like it's called a skunk line. And I feel like there should just be a daily product that you can put in your hair that that isn't an issue. It's not an issue for me or really anyone that I know, but I just notice it a lot in celebrities, and I just think that that could be something like that could it could just be like a little dye or paint or something that you just put in every day, just like when you're combing your hair and removes that. Next is um, calling the odds the knots. So you can call them either, but this is the period from 00 to '09, like 2000 to 2009. Next is okay. So this is such a pain in the ass to me on Reddit and some other stuff. You ever look at like a screenshot on Reddit and it'll say one of four or two of four, and you'll swipe and you'll think there's more, and it's just a screenshot. I feel like AI should just remove that. It's a waste of people's time, and AI is already like going through all these pictures, so it shouldn't have like parent swiping at waste time. Next is on Twitter, you should be punished if you put like read more and there is no read more. If you engagement farm basically on there, if you're just going for interaction, so like you'll put a picture of a hot girl and you'll be like, "What does anybody notice?" And then people put in the comments like her boobs, and people will be like her butt, and it's like if you're not putting something that's realistic, like, "Hey, does anybody think that her shirt is really cool or whatever?" Or like whatever it could be. If you're just doing it so that you get attention, I feel like I'm not saying you should lose your account or anything, but that kind of content isn't very useful. Next is um, just a call for Israel. It needs more ramps. I'm a really big fan of ramps and accessibility, and I know Israel has a lot of issues with accessibility options. And I know that there's been war there for the last 78 years and things. So I get you can't just always put in ramps, but ramps are really important. Next is the basically like the government just shouldn't really be trusted, and we should just be okay with not trusting it. Anything that they tell us, we could just look back and be like, they lied here and here and here and here and here and here. So why should I even like bother listening to them at all? Um, the next is robots should do the mining, no more people doing mining, and drones as well. Next is universal basic income and a universal enhanced income. Next is Europe should give reparations to Africa for raping that continent for as long as possible. And I feel that the United States should give reparations to people who are descendants of slaves. Additionally, Africa as should give access to the sea to all their countries, and everyone in the world should have access to the sea for your country. Like you should either get um, an an exclave somewhere or an island or something. Like all countries should have access to the sea. You shouldn't have any landlocked country. Next is the same for like countries like that hug the coast, like Chile and Argentina and things like that. Like you could drill a tunnel um, through the Andes. I know it'd take a lot, but like perhaps someday and give both uh, Chile like access to the Atlantic Ocean and Argentina access to the Pacific Ocean, whatever. Next is no more fur, synthetic fur only. Next is Documentary narratives and documentaries are good. Next is all media should have universal translation. Next is apps should have universal translation. Next should be um, I just made an article why uh, my arguments why rape in specifically for the Israeli Defense Force is against Talmud teaching and Halakha Jewish law, and that it shouldn't be allowed, and that any rabbi who endorses it should we should perhaps second guess their determination. It's called a header. Um, Next is I think eating boogers is healthy. Primates do it. This got triggered for me from um, that that ape documentary, the one with the chimpanzees or the gorillas or whatever. Yeah, they're just eating their boogers away. Nothing's happening to them. And then I looked up some stuff on it. It's like what we've been doing. It's just kind of like a westernized thing that we don't do it around here. But there's like some healthy aspects of it. Next is I think that it's in the best interest of a company to give children throughout the United States a laptop. You could study all the data on it, but also would just make for like really advanced populations, especially in underprivileged areas. Next is how my project is a lot like John and Yoko's Bed In for Peace. Basically, John and Yoko Ono did a Bed In for Peace once in Amsterdam, once in Montreal, and basically just sat in bed for a week promoting peace. Next is um, super titles are superior to subtitles. Next is executives should be held criminally liable for stuff. And I also say that their trials should be on camera. Next is an argument that I make. Basically, I'm anti-circumcision. Half to me, I have a bris essentially, and as does just about every Jewish man. But I want to end the practice of actually genital mutilation and replace it with just a pinprick, which is what we do in Judaism for people for men who are converting. Next is if you're going to have an English documentary, have it in English. No one wants to read subtitles or have a or instead have a voice overlay. And when I wrote this article, it was really interesting. It was a technology that I'd never thought of, but just like how you have like subtitles that can be changed at the bottom, you could have a voice overlay that changes, and you can just pick whatever voice you want the documentary to be in, and it could be that. Next is have voice overlays and narrators. Next is dude, I hate when I'm in a Teams call or on X Spaces or in Discord where it was like, "How was your call?" It's like, dude, don't fucking ask me that question. I obviously have something else to do. If I want to answer that question, I know you have a feedback button and I would use it. But right now, I don't want to fucking answer frowny face, neutral face, happy face when I know you're not doing anything with that data. Next is um, if I say I don't want to see something, like don't show me this again, don't show it to me. But I should have an area of my settings that I can go to and occasionally look at and change it if I accidentally hit that button. Next is it should be illegal to have other countries do shipbreaking and other environmental stuff, or other stuff that you can't do in your country due to environmental laws. Next is there's no enforcement.
kind of ruin their whole little economy, or at least give them a bunch of jobs there.
I don't give a shit. I don't want those people having to do those jobs anyway. I want them to have tech jobs. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, that should definitely be illegal. There's no enforcement mechanism of the UN, and I want them to. The Basel UN agreement, I want that to get passed. Um, when there's stuff at the end of a movie, it should be read out loud. It shouldn't just expect the person to like be paying attention the whole time. The next is the United States potentially having an epileptic seizure warning like the British have when you're watching a movie or something. Next is the heat of devices. Like devices overheat, but they don't have a temperature gauge on them. Like it's really easy to just put a temperature gauge on your phone, and the fact that we don't have that is ridiculous. There's an issue on iPhone that it does overheat, I know a lot of times in the summer, if I ever do IRL streaming, my phones get overheated very, very quickly because it's in my hand and I got the brightness up because the screen glare is really bad. And I'll go like 20 minutes and then it'll get that temperature warning. Have you ever gotten that temperature warning on your phone?
Somehow not, but I will go outside and just be honest, like a state of the art night. I'll walk outside and like they won't just auto adjust the brightness and like I look at my phone, I cannot see anything and I'm like scrambling in the dark trying to figure out how to unlock my phone and turn the brightness up.
Dude, that happens to me all the time. Absolutely. I hate that. So I talk about this glare issues with phones. So like there's anti-glare technology that can override this. But before I want to say like that's a good idea. What you just said, like auto adjust brightness on the
It
phone.
might be because I have it. There should be an auto adjust brightness the auto adjust brightness keeps your stuff inside. So like, how do you know brightness and
That's
have
exactly
it?
that. That's exactly right. I put outside. That's exactly right. Um, the next is Gorilla Glass. Like, there's no reason why iPhone shouldn't have Gorilla Glass at all phones. Like, I should be able to take a car key and slam it into my phone face, and it shouldn't do any damage. You know, I'm putting my phone in my pocket. There's all kinds of sharp shit in it. Make it like resilient. Next is the titanium back. All phones should have titanium backs or metal backs. This idea that iPhone went through this glass back time, which made it really slippery and made it fall off of shit, in my opinion, was just like for them to have people break their phones. And then also, nobody wants to walk around with a broken phone face or broken phone back. So it was just more parts repair for them. Next is this phone, the space on your phone. Like a lot of times, phones will just put bloatware on your phone, like shit that you never use. Like I don't know, I don't use the health thing on my fucking phone. Why? Because I don't want my phone checking my heartbeat, shit like that. I don't need that, but yet they put it on there, and it's just an extra app that I don't like. And then another thing is, if I buy a phone and it says that let's say it's a 100 gigabyte phone, that should be 100 gigabytes of free space that I get to use. I don't give a shit if your system space needs 60 gigabytes of that. That's a you problem. That's not a me problem. So you figure out what you need to do, but when you sell a phone and it says it's 64 gigabytes or 128 gigabytes or whatever, the user should get that much of storage. It shouldn't be like, well, yeah, it's 128 gigabytes, but 35 of them are the system. No, 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 my friend. That's on you. I agree. I absolutely agree. Next is especially because you need a phone sometimes to like for life and death situations, like to call in emergencies and things like that. Phones should be tested. They should work at negative 40 degrees Celsius and like 60 degrees Celsius. Like these things should work really, really well, like in all temperatures. But like it doesn't always work like that. And um, I've had a thing like, especially when I drive in a car, I like with my GPS. Sometimes I like to have my windows down, but the heat on, and because the heat is blaring on the phone, it overheats, and then I lose my GPS. I can't stay at that. Next is um, and you talked about this. I think that it's discriminatory that you need to do two factor authentication, two devices, or a phone line or whatever. Like low income people don't have that, and even just normal people don't have that a lot of times always accessible to them. I think it's bullshit. Another thing is up talking. Up talking is like I like to go to the valley, and sometimes we go to the mall, and it just becomes very common. And I'm just wanted to make an article about it. Next is just a campaign to make Israel great again. Israel in its own way, even before all of the things that happened before October 7th. One or two pack? Oh, I said two factor. I said two factor authentication.
You should be able to you like just creating one account.
Okay, I'll write that.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if you should do unlimited, but maybe like 10.
Yeah.
Okay,
Why can't I have 10
I agree with you. Next is a push for Make Israel Great Again. There was a lot of political dis disunity in Israel before October 7th, and there's still some of that, and I just would like it to be better. Next is if you say, like, I'm so pissed off because I let you win that literati game that I'm going to blow up the world. I'm so pissed off. You should not be able to be prosecuted for the deaths of 8 billion people because you said something like that. There's a term in um, business known as puffery, where you can be like, "This is the best car you're ever going to want," and that's known as puffery. And the same thing should be in criminal law, that you can be like, "I'm so pissed off, I'm going to kill you," and not mean that you really should be charged with attempted murder. Like there should be something like people get pissed off. That kind of language should be understood. Now, sometimes it might be considered, like a threat, but most of the time it's not. Next is iPhones need a flat back. And it's a joke that they don't have it, that it's like at an angle. You were talking about this the other day, right? Exactly. Next is uh, a bunch of cameras on the back of an iPhone is a joke. You've got enough engineers there to figure out how to have all of the cameras in one camera. Figure it out. Next is the little inlet for the camera at the front of a phone, like where the speaker is and the camera and stuff. The fact that they haven't figured out how to put that under the screen is ridiculous. I should have a flat surface. The whole screen should be a thing. And I also want to put a thing. It's called an infinite screen or something like that, where the screen actually like curves over the side, and that needs to be really durable. Um, but okay, so then and then another thing.
I think the best I think the screen in the picture will be spear shaped and you just have a little star thing and it'll be like you can rotate it whatever direction you want and always keep it.
Okay, um, but for the time being, all right. Phones should be replaceable, like Lego. Non-replaceable batteries are a joke. The European Union's already making that illegal. Not being able to use a device without a battery while it's plugged in is a joke. So like imagine you have a laptop but the battery like expanded on, or you just don't have the battery. You usually can't use that device, and I'm saying that you should be able to use that device. So long as it's plugged in, it should work. That makes sense to me. You shouldn't need it. Like if I don't need the battery, then the device still should work. I just can't use it using a battery that doesn't exist. But that's not currently how these devices are made. Next is no expandable iPhone storage in an iPhone is a joke. Next is Tim Cook as the CEO is a joke, and I said sayonara to his ass. Next is Zuckerberg's a joke. Next is Sundar Pichai is a joke because he's Google's biggest son. Next is when I view something, it should go up immediately by one view. So if you have you're like, hey, Rabbi, look at my Instagram post, and I do, it should go up by one view when I look at it. It shouldn't be like a delay or it's a server thing. It should be immediate and exact. The next, I haven't gotten to this one yet, but how people rig music streams and people are getting paid on that, and it's fraudulent. Basically, like would you sign a contract with like a record uh, company? They'll be like, all right, so long as you have 1 million streams in your first year, we'll pay you X amount of money. But you can't trust those streams because, like, you'll listen to the song, but it won't go up by one. It needs to go up by one. Next is paying people based on views is fraudulent, um, so long as bot farms exist because that person can just pay bots to watch them and like fudge the numbers. I don't know how you pay them, but it needs to be better. Next is um, let's see here. No, uh, no something button on YouTube and social media sync. No, no wrap up button. I don't know what I wrote. No, uh, no something button. I'll have to go into that. Oh wait, no, I kind of remember it. No, I don't know what it was. Anyway, filters for everything. So like basically, I should be able to go to YouTube and filter by a given year, a given month, whether the video is 10 minutes long, 20 minutes long, 21 minutes long, between 20 minutes and 21 minutes and 30 seconds. I should be able to go back and see someone's earliest post, their latest post. I should be able to see their latest live, like filters for everything. Um, I don't like this.
The YouTube filters are very inadequate. If you're looking for a video, and it's like whatever 52 minutes long, you can't filter like that.
I agree.
And like, oh yeah, the YouTube search results, how they just like used to be like, oh, you can go to page is right in front, and now you get like maybe like 10 videos or less, and that just shows you a bunch of unrelated shit to your search. That is like a huge fear.
Absolutely, I agree. I know what I was trying to read. No random button on YouTube and other social media is stupid. So basically, like I should like have an ability. Like there's a Wikipedia that's like, show me a random Wikipedia page. I want the same for YouTube. Show me a random YouTube channel. If I'm bored and I just want to see something random and keep clicking random and random and random and random, it should take something from that no one's seen and give it to me just basically so I get more shit. Um, there's like an idea with oceans, with the ocean current. The ocean water near the surface always travels faster than the water at the very bottom, and I want to kick up the water at the very bottom so more people see that shit. Next, caps lock's button needs needs to always have like a light on it. Same with shift, same with the function button, same with the alt button and the control button. All of those buttons need a shift on, like a light on them when they're being used, so that you can tell if caps lock is on or not. Like it's such a waste of people's time that many systems don't have caps lock on by default. That is ridiculous. Next,
Something else, if there's a website you can use that use the whole UI Reddit, which I've read like version and
a lot of people do. I know what you're talking about, and I'm in agreement with you. Next is
like Gmail mod was
yeah, it's Microsoft Outlook. Yeah, it's amazing. Uh, next is um, these are just like okay, a function. This is on a Lenovo. Putting the function button in the corner when every other computer has that as the control button is ridiculous. Next is a power button on the keyboard is ridiculous because people accidentally hit a button on their computer like on their keyboard. So don't put the power button on the keyboard. Put it away from the keyboard somewhere else on the flat part of the device, but not on the keyboard. The same with airplane mode. Don't put an airplane mode button on the keyboard. Like that kind of shit people accidentally hit and then it disconnects them from the internet. Next is
I because there's the pro version, the highest that you could get at the time. Like I got it like 2017, or got it like 2017. It had like a touch screen bar at the top for like the function keys were and like other stuff like there like emojis, sliders. There's like a touch screen at the top, but it was so poorly built that I was after a year like it just started glitching out. And I'd be like, now it's just like I had to just put black tape over the screen and buy like I tried like coding it out, just trying to get it to turn on at all. But like it still flashes super bright prone to seizures, right? I feel like it would trigger a seizure because it's just like a strobe light and blinding. And I feel like people should be held accountable for that. And have to replace every one of those. At least for what seizure people.
I agree with that. March Madness just announced that this is college basketball in the United States. They're going to 76 teams, and I just say just go to 128. Next, college football should be a 64 team playoff. Next, camera on light next to the camera. So, like, when I use my devices, some of them have a little light next to the camera telling me that my camera's on, and I feel like that should be mandatory. Like, you should always know, like, oh, my camera's on. And then also they should have one for microphone, so you know your microphone.
I think that the NFL playoff, for instance, like the habit where every single team just makes the playoffs, and then how would that affect the strategy of the game?
No, I mean then there's no reason to have your regular.
I mean, you still want to win this. I mean, you think.
No, then there's no regular season.
No, there is a regular season. You still get a better playoff spot.
Oh, you're saying a seeding? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, that could work. Yeah, I think that could work. I'm in agreement with that.
And maybe like the first round, or maybe like the first round games, like best of three games.
Absolutely.
But at least that way, every team like every shot, and there could be a great underdog.
I'm down with that.
Show you my screen. Show you my screen.
Yeah. Oh fuck, that's annoying as piss. I see.
Yeah.
All right, next one is. Did I just hear someone yell? Okay. Next is auto adjust brightness on the phone outside. That's what you just said. Another one is for a bank. This is an illegal practice. I feel it's an illegal practice, but let's say you're getting direct deposit on Friday, and also your rent and stuff is coming out on Friday. It's legal for the bank to take all the withdrawals out first before your deposit, so that you go, um, you overdraw, and I think that should be illegal. Another is auto adjust the brightness on the phone outside. We just said that. Next is no cap account on the phone number. We just talked about that. Next is infinite screen, and yeah, we talked about all the other stuff. Anyway, I wrote on just about all of those. So I've got a bunch of I've got a bunch of articles in it, like, and they're good. All right, I'm sending you an invite.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That means the world to me.
No problem. Is kosher spelled with a K?
Yeah, KOSHER. Oh, fuck you. I get this thing. I have this bot that's just creating articles about myself, and every so often, ChatGPT will be like, I can't write that about a real individual. And it's like, dude, you just wrote 35 fucking articles about them, and I'm the person you're writing about, and I don't understand why. And then I'll be like, yes, you can, and they're like, oh, okay, and then I'll just write the article. Dude, I hate those V's so much. V is so difficult.
I agree. Yeah, that's the thing. I would
Hint? What the fuck is that?
everyone knows. Everyone knows. The British run the British railway. Damn.
Oh, fuck. Devastating.
Uh-huh.
I feel like they should make the game. Oh, that was good. Um, um, that if your time runs out, you just automatically get a chance to swap.
Yeah, you guys. I mean, the swapping annoying. They just need to put like actual effect. I guess you could time it. I guess you could time it. I don't know. You must have had some really shitty times.
I didn't. I just don't have any more really good time. That was great. I made a major mistake. I made a major mistake.
Don't worry, you'll get the X. I feel like it rewards you with good tiles and good tiles.
Devastating.
That was nice.
Are you fucking serious? Wow. Oh, what the fuck? Dog, what goes there? What goes there? Dog, that was such a good play. Great play.
Probably did myself a disservice. Making that terrible hat.
Oh, wow.
No, terrible, terrible. I didn't know if I should say that. I think it's only three letters or two letters.
This is interesting.
No, no, no. Fuck, fuck.
If somebody could get that 2W, they'd have a lot of.
That's not a word.
It's so interesting, like the K and the P and kosher and core and like the bad, like kill everything.
No, I have two of them. I was gonna play. I thought I played them already and it was a word. Didn't work for some reason. I played book. I did work, but then it wasn't enough to justify anything.
Oh, the game. I didn't realize. I was I don't know. I don't know how I have a beat on here. Like you have A's, you have a Q. Oh no, you do have a Q. The Q hasn't been played. Oh, it ain't over, baby. do have it, and you had you had both blank. No, you had one blank tile. I had the other. You have the cue. I have to be careful where I put something down because that could change the game.
Magic. Like there.
I have to protect the eyes because you have a cue. The thing that's been killing me as well recently, I'm not just ending the game. Like, I should just end the game as quickly as possible. I mean, I don't ever try to like extend it, but I'm not looking for like I a lot of times look for points and not just hey this could end the game. That cue's got to kill you because you can't put it in. Like a bomb. It's like it's hot in your hand. You just can't do anything with it.
Yeah, it's GG. Yeah,
It's what?
I think it's GG.
Oh, it's for sure GG. But just pass. Don't quit. You never know. Something could happen. I could put something down, and it could be next to a three-letter. You put your triple. I have a 44 point lead, but it could still happen. I don't know how I got such a good game. Really helped me. You had a Q. You had an S. You couldn't put an S down anywhere.
I know, I was trying to, there was just nowhere to, I had to say for you, obviously, but I had no vowels or,
Wait, why didn't, were you saving the S? Wait, why didn't you play the S where game and skulls are?
it was only, 16 points.
Oh, okay, so you were saving the S for like a big scale.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I couldn't play, no, there's just nowhere to play. There's just nowhere to play. Quid, or quid, or squid. So I was kind of moved.
oh, squid would have been big. Oh. All right, big dog. That's all she wrote. Um, you picked the documentary for tomorrow.
Alright, sounds good. I'll pick a good one.
Okay, but keep in mind as well. Keep as well. Keep in mind as well. There's still a great amount of desire to watch Michael, and
We watched that one.
we did not watch Michael. We did not watch Michael. Michael's a movie, dog.
Oh, sorry,
No, that's Air. Yeah, Michael Jordan's one is Air. Michael Jackson one is Michael. And there's a great amount of desire that I have to watch Michael and Busboy.
Yeah, noted. Noted.
Excellent, Big Dog. All right, take care, Big Mac. Shout out to Rise, everybody. You're amazing for streaming these. Thank you so much. Shout out to Riser.
Have a good sleep.
You too.
Have a good sleep. Speaking of fucked up stories, my girl told me a story the other day that living in my head. It's so fucked up. She went out with one of her girlfriends here and calls it, and she told her the most fucked up story. So her brother and his girl went to, I guess, Aspen or something like that, or they went skiing, they had a house there, and like they have a cat there or whatever. Part of the story, the cat is a very large cat, right? Yeah, and they go skiing. It's one of my terrible hiking and thing, and they hold their breath there. One of their friends died better. So the slow starts. It's like, oh no, I'm not sure, but just know that he's diabetic. Goes back and sits in that house. He's like, you might go back to your house and just rest. And I can't overrule it. So the next day they see their cat is like walking weird. The cat has like blood coming out of it. And they're like, oh, we gotta take it to the vet. So the brother takes it to the vet. And the vet puts him in a side room. As they come back up, like, we know what you did to that cat. And he goes, what do you mean? Like, we know what you did. Like, you're not gonna get away with this. And he goes, yeah, like I smoked weed around sometimes, but I kind of like blow it in the cat's face or anything. And they're like, no. They're like, the cat's organs shouldn't be that way. He's like, what are you talking about? Like, we fucked the cat. So what actually happened was that guy, the diabetic, went back for some reason, saw the cat, railed the shit out of it, and then just he fucked the cat. And then they had to snitch on the guy. The guy lost custody of his kids. He's on a list. I don't know what kind of list. You're like, you're one like cat, bro. So you're over there. I don't know what kind of list. But he's on some type of list. I don't know if he's just not allowed to go or something like that. I'm not sure. He's yelling. He lost custody of his kids. How Back to the night show. The person he well, that's not what it's meant to do. Those pictures, they flower. You know, you put the water and made the fitness take stuff to face. And then you got in your hand, one or two losers from and you're like, those things are going on. You're gonna have to be a perfect meal. 52. Not 9-1 would be a problem. That big. Every you're gonna have 90%. Nobody?
What up, Zoot little bro? What up, baby? Zoot, how you living? Zoot, can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, how's your day going? Why are you drunk?
No, I get blocked.
Why did you say you're drunk?
I feel drunk because
Did you get paid to give blood? You just do it to be a nice person? That's tight.
it's illegal. It's illegal to get paid.
Or else you'd be like a fucking cow.
You know, like, well,
You don't get paid. You can't. They aren't like sperm banks. Ah. All right. So what's new?
they changed it. They changed it.
What changed? Okay, that's why you're allowed to do it.
Yeah, you gotta guess it.
All right, I'm just joking. I know you're not gay. I'm just joking. I know you're not gay. And that's not even funny. But it used to be a hilarious joke. Uh,
I'm not gay.
I know.
Some gay guy.
Were you looking in the mirror? No, you were not looking in the mirror. Are you sure?
He just kept staring at me. I was like, do you want me? Then he comes up to me and says, you like dick.
If he were a chick, would you let her? Fuck yeah. Oh, all day long.
Yeah. It's really rare that a girl's gonna say
Extremely.
boy,
Extremely rare. But the acceptance rate on that has to be like 99%. Like unless you're going up to a guy with his wife, just about every other guy, like, yeah, okay, I got time.
You know, when I was 16, that did happen to me. I did like turn it down because I didn't realize that they were being serious.
Oh, that's a motherfucker.
So I was just a kid. Sorry.
That's sauce.
Yeah. It didn't happen. It happened.
All right, so Zoo, do you want to lose?
So I have like two girls. Yeah, two girls got I can't. Well, when I was 16, turning on 17, I wanted to get my New Year's kiss. So I walked away, and then I get on the tree, like friend, I was a kid, and she had her friend there. She was on my ecstasy, and she kept touching me. And then I got a message the next day, and like, oh, my ex was doing it there.
Oh, you're
I turned down 3 girls, and the worst thing is I had the house myself.
All right, Zoo, my question for you is this. It's not, could you have gotten your dick sucked on New Year's Eve 2012? My question to you is, are you ready to lose? I'll play one game of Dice Party with you, and I'll play one game of bullshit, and then I've got shit to do. Dude, you have an invitation and everybody's awaiting you. Not really. Unimpressive. Unimpressive, bro. What up, Zoo? How you like 4 6s, son?
Full house. 26. Now we're talking.
No, we're not. Give me a 3, baby.
I'll tell you my brother.
Who the fuck is that? Okay, what's his business?
He does stand up.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Does it work?
That's his business. That's what he
Does it work? That's hilarious.
You think that's a bad thing?
I think it's fucking brilliant. That guy's amazing. Fucking
You
brilliant.
think that's a good thing?
Yep. Probably gets laid too.
You think so?
For sure. Look at this, dude. Dude, it's over for you, son. You should just give up, baby. Dude, it's over for you. Dude, you should just give up. It's over. Dude, this game is over. Dude, pick something. Dude, you're done, son. It's over for Zoo. Zoo, you're losing by 101. What are your thoughts? No way you get 4. No way you get 4. Oh, Joe. You're done. It's over. OVER, son. One. Look at this, son. This might be the largest blowout in the history of this game. Give it to me. Three, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I don't need any of that shit. I just need a 5. Give me another 5. All I need are 3, 5. 3, 5, son. Oh, you just missed the bonus. Garbage.
Oh my god.
Full house, Zoo.
They probably use this.
It's over for Zoo. It's over for Zoo. It's over for Zoo. Dog, where are my fives? Give me 4 fives. Oh, it's over, baby. Game over. Champion. All right, well, I got the win. Scoreboard, baby. All right, now bullshit, and then it's over. Then I've got shit to do, son. Dude, let me know when you're ready. Okay, we'll charge your fucking phone then.
What's your favorite type of pizza?
Supreme. Just like all kinds of veggies, whatever, many veggies as possible. Pineapple, you throw any shit on it. Oh yeah, so long as it's made correctly. So you can use something called hard cheese, and then you can have meat on it, or you just have vegetable pizza with normal cheese. Or you just have cheese pizza. There are a lot of them. Could be from a non-kosher animal. It could be prepared in a non-kosher kitchen. It could be because the cheese has something called rennet in it. It could be because it's from the cheese of a non-kosher animal. It could be because it is has bugs in it. It could be because it has meat and milk in it, or meat and dairy. It's called Fleischig and Milchig. It could be because it has like the things that were used to clean the equipment had some types of animal fat that from a non-kosher animal. It could be because the animal that was slaughtered was not done in a kosher fashion. It could be because it uses some type of non-kosher animal. We already said that one. It could be because the bread, the like dough, has dairy in it and it uses meat. So not even the cheese. It could be because those are really the main reasons.
Okay.
Remember that time you were going to charge your phone? Remember that time you were going to charge your phone? Oh. I didn't know you were eating, good man.
Yeah, big dog. There's not really a standard.
Dude, are you ready to hear about the fighter and the kid's son? Are you ready to hear about the fighter and the kid's son? I'm going to tell you all about it. So the fighter and the kid originally had a studio in Southern California. They moved to Austin to be closer to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan wants really nothing to do with them. They moved their studio into a storage space in Austin so that Brendan Schaub had room for all of his cars. But Brendan Schaub is now having to sell his house and all his cars. So they moved their storage space studio to the third floor of the same facility. This facility has windows and they cause all kinds of light. And there's black mold in the studio, and there's pipes on the studio, and yeah, I see that. Are they gonna get him?
Did you say what it was?
Yeah, on that 16-year-old video. You think they're gonna get him?
The cancel?
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird. Weird.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of a different situation. She lied about her age. She lied about her age and her ID, and it was a different time when. And um,
This was great internet that I was today. It was like, paper would be placed in my shit. But it's great internet that's that way. Even though he said the joke, there's no way they can actually prove that he actually watched it. That's the possession of it.
yeah,
And I doubt he's possession of it.
he wasn't probably in possession of them anyway. They destroyed him. He probably watched it on the internet.
Well, it's hard to go back that far.
No, it wouldn't be his search history. That doesn't matter. He that her videos used to be out there, and because she said she was 18 at the time, it was considered like that was fine. I think she's a really pretty lady. I think Tracy Lords is a really pretty lady. And she's like 55 or something. Dude, are you ready to lose? I mean, like you're just sitting here jerking yourself off, talking about some bitch who was on camera underage 40 fucking years ago when you could be getting your ass whooped in mini golf or in bullshit.
Let's go.
All right, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Don't be late, Zoo. Oh, we're in. It's so much. Yeah. I think also he was making a joke.
Yeah. Different jokes.
Yeah, big dog. You proud of that? Okay, well, what do you want me to do about it? That like how that guy who said fast left Shirley 60. What a douche.
You don't know what's called bullshit. Why would you call bullshit? Rabbi, Rabbi,
What up, dude?
you know how it's on the truth.
What's that? Okay.
So I know that you go. I know that you go. Sevens, you go. Sixes, fours. I know you got jabs. I played jabs. Rabbi, you'll talk with that ass. You'll talk with that ass. You have four aces. It's a bullshit. You work for aces. Rabbi, how do you know that?
Say,
Go time. Rabbi, do you have any jabs?
I don't know. Good job, dude.
He's a young guy. I mean,
You got it.
and a real
You lost the ball. What's up, big man?
and I got to think on the side. You guys make millions. You are making less than a
That's
million.
possible.
Forget about it.
What's up, big man?
My appointment. Thank you again for the doctor today. I in addition, once in a while, like one of our guys here, no, Brad, that was a lot of people. You really have that many because
Yeah.
so many people with sent to the hospital. There's 27 people. A lot of people injured. Oh, thank God. A lot of, yeah, 50,000 on the foot. I think 20,000.
What up, baby?
And that's one thing, but you don't know what's going on north. I have a computer on the computer. Jack. The official edition accepted by the Iranian Bibi family, carried by Mayor official Meyer. Meyer Meyer ripped official. I didn't read it. Why do you have to lie? Every minute. But official, of course. From Menachem, the emotions that comes from Rothschild done. Some people sounds like he's huh? Very close. He's a parent. That was the stop. So I'm all. Stop. By David and Nancy Head. Honor of all my grandchildren. Our grandchildren. Children and grandchildren. Wishing them. Aslacha. Rafa. Arnasa. Good health. Healthy life.
Yeah, baby.
Sometimes they found him dedicated money.
You know,
The guy and he invited his family to
why did you just say children?
basically did a whole full shot.
But that isn't that a weird thing for you to yell out?
He said, I made a full shot. Don't tell me why I was doing that. Yeah. Just no scare. The boss found this around the hospital. Healers. Anonymous, the first thing the Muslim saw. Anonymous, the first thing the I don't know about that. John came to me, I had to say, hey, John Moss, you told me that somehow he's over Tessa. We're so proud of you, everyone. Like, send the girl from family, Sandy Island, in honor of the seven things, my meaning of life. I'm only Yossi Martin Penny and all. Okay. Simon. Rabbi.
Yo, dog. Why doesn't that guy call out anybody on bullshit?
What?
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good try. Maybe that's a good try. All kinds of need I think of that I want to use every day. So, fish or not, especially putting on film. Things like I'm not putting down to anywhere worldwide. Anonymous, I got my own show. How do you know it's wrong? How do you know it's wrong? Blushing in all the years. Yeah. Anonymous, we can find this because we end up trying to find Yep. And the first time we asked, what? Oh, man. Hey, no, hey. The first time that he came here was the first time that we started looking into the Yes, Iron Man. That is coming. That's what you're saying. That's a lot.
13.
time ago. That is a fucking bad guy. That is a fucking bad guy. That man, I get it. You know, that's what I feel like. Do you want me to go? Do you want to thing on the main? You need to listen. Rabbi, and Rivka uses and Rivka uses Tatyam Messiah. In spite of the Yisrael, not the Torah. In fact, this is a camera of the Torah back. Yo,
Pam. I have all the time.
His mother-in-law so brand new designer. First time that Gary's mother is kid. He's done it. He's done it. I was like, brand new. You know, like maybe finally get rid of the old fears and just, you know, just here. Just here. So he's like, sorry, never got it. Never. You ever get mad in your life? Yes. And how do I know that you had in those shoes? Take a look at Gary for a second. Have you had the take on by the screen? Seriously. Emma, tell me the truth from up there. And your mother never screamed in her life for a jeans, you know what I mean?
Dude, this guy like knows all of the colors.
There you go. And you go over the fight to listen to this one. With gratitude, I'll even dedicate our brand new song, Serious. Same time, why? He's not a good. He won't. I don't know what it is. Yes, let's do this summer. We dedicate a brand new song. It's about it. I heard it. I don't know. Rabbi is one. Must. Who I are. The same must. You know how I know. You know how I know. Not. Finish that. 2-3 times. First thing I'm working on that. Put the yellow. The needle says, and I yell, Esther. Well, there we go. Stop. Good fuck, yeah. Good fuck. How do you do the summer? This summer, how do you do it? What's the process? Maybe another good news for your ears. Another good news for your ears.
What's happening, man?
I know you're not bullshit. Last 6 months. Like, first say, kitchen fat. You took that, you put it on the boom. Guys, and
Yeah, play with a bunch. He's just always right. Yeah.
It's always right. It's always right.
Word.
Nothing. And anytime, Greg, we gotta go. We gotta work out. We gotta work out. We gotta get him. We gotta get him. Yeah, when he does. Yeah, when he does. Okay.
That's dangerous. I don't know why you got him.
I want to go like he put it weird.
You got him.
On the one hand, it says, where do you put the strike in the Rabbi,
Yo, dog.
no bullshit. I go bullshit. No bullshit. I go bullshit. He's got no bullshit. Why did he call it bullshit?
Champion. Twisted him.
Yeah, I lost that.
I was bullshitting. I don't know. It's like he didn't know how that worked, but he was an expert at it. Zoot, are you ready to hear more about the fighter and the kid? But it's a Joe Rogan thing. For sure, no doubt. It's like not even close.
How many subscribers does he have?
20 million on YouTube alone. But his are like real subscribers. They're not Mr. Beast bullshit things. Are you proud of that? Have you ever been more proud? Oh yeah, I think 95% of his subscribers are bullshit. I've never known anybody to like his content. Like we talk about Kill Tony or Joe Rogan. Like nobody's like, oh, did you see Mr. Beast just dropped a new video? Maybe you have to be like, I don't know, prepubescent to think this, but I just don't think he's that interesting. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because I watched it. I remember when Mr. Beast had like 3,000, like 10 million subscribers. You know how insane it is to be able to get their subscribers to 485 million in 5 years?
Exactly. It's garbage.
Or 6 years. 6 years.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah, he
fake news.
think the problem with Mr. Beast is his stuff. His stuff.
Are you in love with his transgender person?
They got canceled.
Why did they get canceled? Oh. Zoot, why do you think you played like dog shit in Dice Party? Okay. Why do you think you played like dog shit in bullshit? Yeah, I fucked up at the beginning. I got like 22 cards or something, 19 cards or something, because I called somebody out and then I came back and won like a champion. Are you sure that's the best option?
That guy nearly walked on his like.
He did, but he only called bullshit when he knew it. But the thing is, that doesn't explain when I have the winning card. Why wouldn't you call me out on bullshit, no matter what?
Especially when you go first.
Right. It's an amazing strategy, though. If everybody uses their bullets and you haven't, you can just go and bullshit and just put down 4 cards every time. Do you recognize this strategy, Zoot? Zoot, do you recognize this strategy? Are you proud of this strategy? Dude, are you proud of this strategy? I asked you a question and I have not heard an answer. No or no? Or no? You're not proud of the strategy? Why not? Zoot, why aren't you speaking English? Why not? Dude, I'm going to tell you the most fucked up story that I just heard on The Fighter and the Kid. Are you ready for it? It's fucked up, though, so I hope you're ready for it. So, not Brendan Schaub nor Brian Callen, but their other friend was on the show, and he's like, I have the most fucked up story to tell you guys. They're like, okay, what is it? And he's like, my friend has a house in Aspen where you ski. And they brought a friend who was like a diabetic. And that diabetic friend was on the slopes and was like, hey, do you mind if I go back to your house? I am not feeling well. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. So the diabetic friend goes back to the house. And the people who own the house also own a cat. And the next day comes and they notice that their cat is like bleeding. They don't know what happened to the cat. So they take the cat to the veterinarian, and the veterinarian's like, look, we don't know what you did to this cat, but we do know, and we're getting the authorities involved. And the people are like, what are you talking about? We don't know what you mean. And they're like, this cat's or internal organs have been like rearranged, and the only way that that happens is when somebody fucks the cat. Meaning the guy who had diabetes went back to their home and fucked the cat, and he lost the uh he lost the ability to he lost guardianship of his children. Isn't that a fucked up story? That's the kind of content you're missing on The Fighter and the Kid. Do you understand the suit? Was that the greatest story you've ever heard? All right. Zoo, who do you like more, Brendan Schaub or Brian Callen? I know, but you have to pick one. Just like you say to me, what do you like more, Harry Potter or Star Wars? And you say that I have to pick. That's correct. And that's the correct answer. The other one, for as much as Brendan Schaub sucks absolute dick, he's better than Brendan Callen. Shane Gillis by a landslide, son. That's not even close. Uh, Not really. Maybe someday, but not today. Dude, James McCann would be fascinated by me. I know, but you didn't even know who he was before I told you who he was. You did not. You're such a fucking liar. You are so full of shit. I remember when I said to you, "Hey, do you like James McCann?" You're like, "Who's that?" And I'm like, "He's like an Adelaide comedian." You're like, "Oh, really?" You didn't know who he was, dude. You didn't know who he was. You didn't know who he was. You didn't know who he was because I even was like, hold on, you didn't know who he was because I was even like, he was on Joe Rogan and he's talking about Adelaide and stuff or something like that, and you're like, who? And you go and you look him up and you're like, oh, I think I might have met him once. And I'm like, no, you didn't. You don't even know who I talked about. And you're like, well, maybe I met somebody like him. And I'm like, okay, but that's not James McCann. I'm like, James McCann's been on Kill Tony, and James McCann was discovered by Shane Gillis. And you're like, okay. And then you didn't know who he was before I introduced you to him. It's my contribution to the Adelaidean South Australia comedy scene. But you definitely did not know who he was before I told you. What do I have to do? Yeah, for sure, dog. No doubt.
I mean, if you can talk about it,
Exactly.
Davis, measure. She can teleport any place. She can teleport and you can go to the bank.
Yeah, not really. There's not that much money in the bank, but the investment opportunity for time travel is huge. Who the fuck wants to look 50 years younger if you're not 50? What? So I'm gonna look negative? That doesn't make any sense. They should say look 15 years younger or something, 10 years younger.
I just get, I mean, if you're 70,
Exactly. And who cares about looking younger? It would be like be 50 years younger or whatever, like with the knowledge you have today. Which is basically like time travel. Zoo, Zoo, do you like that I introduced you to James McCann? No, but seriously, is that the coolest thing that you've ever experienced? Is when I introduced you to James McCann? Do you love James McCann? Do you think you'll ever open for him? I don't think you will. I think he'll open for you. Zoo. I'm just saying because you would tell me immediately. You'd be like, Rabbi, remember that guy you told me about? And I'd be like, oh yeah, James McCann. You'd be like, yeah. You'd be like, he just opened for me. I'd be like, oh tight, Luke. Have you ever seen James McCann's wife? Doesn't he have 4 children? Do you know that Kill Tony just got a new regular? It's a him. His name is Pat O'Neill, and he's very funny. He has a funny joke. This is his joke. So shout out to Pat O'Neill. But his joke is this: uh, children are starting to take puberty blockers, or as pedophiles call them, preservatives. Did you hear that joke, Zoo? Zoo doesn't even get it. Zoo, do you understand that joke? Zoo, are you still there? Zoo is not there. Fire in the kid time, baby.
Why would Merit not go to fucking sponsor this? well, the wrestling up and down, the communication. So anyway, we're about to go there, I'm not doing nice way, go up and down, the ring, the nothing, happy, all my show and your thing. He was able to be an area to the eye of the crowd. Tomorrow, I'm going to start up. But, you know,
What up, Irwin Speed? How you living, pimp? What's good, son? All right, just enjoy yourself, then.
come back or we did that. You seem like a very serious man. Hello, who is this? The color is wow. Cool. Hey, listen, you got so big. I'm gonna do this for you. I want us to take a selfie. Yeah, come on. I'm not a big fan. Something we had a boyfriend. Actually, he's wonderful.